Okay, I believe that's going.
All right, thanks, Judy. All right, so for the workshop, we have a couple of different things that we need to work on today. So we need to finish up the director's goals. So John can kind of have a chance to say whatever he wanted to say to the goals, since he didn't have a chance to do that last time. And then we just want to talk briefly about Zoom etiquette. It should just take a couple of minutes. And then we have to decide how board policy should be uploaded to the website, because I think that hasn't been happening. And so I think there maybe was, I don't know if it was a miscommunication or what exactly happened, but they haven't been uploaded. And then I think you guys need to decide what type of voting you want to do for the parent representative, because there will be 8 people voting and there are 5 parent representatives. So it seems like, I don't know if you want to have a plurality or a majority to actually pick that candidate. So, you know, those are the things that you'd want to kind of think about, because, you know, you might have 1 vote and 3 people might get 2 votes, and then, you know, you would have some people get 0 and some people get 1. So, you know, is it just a plurality that you have to have 3, or do you have to actually have 5 of the 8? I don't know what you want to do, but you should decide that before you actually do that voting for the parent. So, so why don't we start off with the director's goals? So John, it's kind of like your chance if you have questions or anything else, or what you want to say after you've had a chance to look at these director goals at the professional development plan. Not for the workshop, no.
Yeah, I guess I'd like to go through a few of them. Timing wise, I'm gonna just wait 1 minute. Timing wise, I'm looking at the first one, the general goals, the project management completion dates. I'm on the right side. I've kind of highlighted it in yellow. I don't know if everybody's got that up. It only looks like 2, Michelle, and I think that's Judy has got that document up. And now it looks like Dan is on there. So, basically it has a lot. My questions are timing wise. For the first one, it says fall 2020 planning distance learning on-site learning plans completed by July board meeting, published at the website after the board review. If you want that plan won't happen by July, because the guidance coming from MDE and MDH, they've shifted their date back to the end of July. So to publish what we're going to do before we get that final guidance, I don't think is a realistic expectation. And I realize these are probably done before some of these changes were made by MDH and MDE. So I think that needs to be adjusted, that timeline, probably to an August board meeting or something to that nature, because we won't know until the end of July what's going to be in place by MDE and MDH. The second one, talking about the staff handbook, completed and sent to the board for review prior. I'm assuming there's some words prior to the April board meeting or for review at the board meeting. I'm not sure what the intent was there. If that's supposed to be for review at the April board meeting, then that's fine. Prior to, what does that mean? Is that a day before? Is that a week before? Is it, I guess it gets at what is the purpose behind that? When do you want that? So we can review it for the board meeting?
I think a week before the board meeting would be appropriate, so that everyone would have a chance to read through it.
So if it's for the board meeting, then would that not just be included in the board packet?
Well, it should be, but it hasn't always been included in the board packet.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So if you want it, if you want it to be included in the board, if it's for the board meeting, then it should be in the board packet.
But what if it's not, like it hasn't been in the past? If we got it at 15 minutes before the meeting started?
Well, then all you have to do is state in there, completed, and include it in the board packet for the board meeting.
Right. But also the board packet isn't even early enough because that's the Friday. We get the electronic one the Friday before the board meeting. So that's only a weekend. So to ask people to read a document that's 150 pages over a weekend, I don't think that's appropriate. So I think it has to be at least a week before the board meeting.
If the board members need more time to read it, I guess that's, you know, that's, we can give the board more time to read it. But I needed clarification on there because it wasn't clear as to what the expectation was. I'm going to go back to the distance learning plan. That needs to be adjusted. If we're going to adjust it, the document as we talk about it, then let's go back to letter A and talk about that one.
For just a minute though, you know, aside from the week before, I mean, if there's actually an issue, it doesn't give us any time to discuss it. Like this year, when we finally got to discussing the staff handbook and that whole first page about contracts and at will, I mean, that stuff is not correct. And we just kind of went through it pretty quickly and approved it just because we needed to get the rest of the handbook done because we were running out of time. So
it also wasn't done in
that issue.
Say, Jeff, it also wasn't done in April. So if we have it done by April, that certainly gives us more time, or the new board more time.
Well, that would be fine. I mean, if we understand that it may not be approved in April, it might be approved in May. I mean, if people are okay with that, then that's fine.
Oh, and you can always have a special board meeting to talk about it as well. And we've done that in the past.
Yeah. I mean,
the problem I have with moving that forward is there's going to be a major rewrite with the teacher evaluation and development process because we're out of compliance with the law. So there's going to have to be a major revamp of that entire process, which is part of the board or part of the staff handbook. And it's going to take quite a bit to rewrite that. And I want to make sure we have enough time to get that to a working document that we don't have to revisit year after year.
And
So
I don't want to move it earlier than the April board meeting.
sure. Were there some new regs that were just released, or what was the rewrite about?
There's well, as part of the ethics and law class that I just completed at Hamlin, we looked at teacher evaluation process, and there are a couple of things that have changed in the law since when MSA originally put that document together that we are no longer in compliance of. So we have to rewrite it.
well, if there's going to be a major revision, I would advocate that the board would need even additional time then to go through the major revision after it's been completed. So I would still push to say a week before the April board meeting.
Well, I mean, if there's a major rewrite on that provision, I mean, we should be looking at it, what, as early as January, maybe?
Well, no, the staff is going to have to, we're going to have to start on that pretty much in November, if not October, because it's a major rewrite.
Oh, no, I understand that. I mean, when it gets submitted to the board, I mean, you guys will have to start earlier, but, you know, depending on how controversial it might be helpful to see it in January or February.
Yeah, I think that's an unrealistic timeline as far as getting it done. A good copy, because really by the time it comes to the board, you hope there should not be any need to redo a major rewrite. There should be fine tuning at that point. And that would be something that the staff is going to be involved in anyway. So I would, with 4 teacher board members, I would hope that, 1 or 2 of them would be part of that process, if not more.
Unmuted the wrong thing, sorry. The other factor is to perhaps instead of having the whole handbook ready for review a little bit earlier, just having a couple of updates about the progress of that specific major change. So then we can kind of know how the review update is progressing. Just because the rest of the handbook, I don't think the revisions, with the exception of potentially at-will language, would be major revision. So if it's a work in progress for a few months prior to, we could probably have an update or a couple of updates about how the review rework is going. Like the first one might be just to say what we are out of compliance with and what are the options, like where do we stand on potential review and change, or, what I mean, just to, so we would have a little heads up as to what exactly needed to be changed and have a little background for it prior to looking at the final version in the handbook.
So I'm going to switch over to the left side of that column where it says staff handbook. You're looking at project management, complete project management tasks in a timely fashion, blah, blah. When you have the staff handbook, why don't you put a subparagraph to the staff handbook, or a couple of subdivisions, and then specify what you want in that area. For example, the teacher evaluation and development rewrite or upgrade or update, or however you want to state it. And then any other specific areas in the staff handbook that you want updates on. Or, yeah, I think I'd leave it that way, because there are always going to be minor changes in the staff handbook, so you do not want that to go away.
I don't think that we're arguing that every single element has to be absolutely perfect that week, but if we had a week to read it and at least come up with other issues or have questions or whatever, then we would be able to do that at the April board meeting, and then you would still be able to approve it at the May board meeting. That should be more than enough time to be able to figure those things out. We just don't want to get a handbook the day of a meeting, because that's just not enough time to figure those things out. I don't feel like it's that complicated to just have the whole thing done by that day.
No, I agree with you, Lisa. I think if you put it down there is to have it, if you want it one week prior for review by the board members, as it's stated now, complete and send to the board for review 1 week prior, that's fine. But if you're going to want updates with individual projects, then let's spell that out, or else don't.
Perhaps, so if there's a committee though that's working on the update for that, right? Wouldn't that be personnel committee?
The update for the handbook, that would be
No, not the handbook. Updates for the teacher evaluation. That would be personnel, right?
The teacher, that's all underneath. Well, yeah, you could put that underneath the teacher committee, or put it on your personnel committee, and then the board would be getting monthly updates from whoever that board member is.
Well, who was working on it this last year? Some of the other like job description stuff, because that was going to then lead to any updates for eval. Was that personnel? I don't remember.
Yeah, they just never got to them all.
Okay. Well, yeah, I think if it just continues with personnel committee being kind of like the key communication point, then I think that would address any questions that you were thinking of, Jeff, in terms of time.
All right. So can we just change it to be a week prior to the April board meeting? Is everybody good with that? Okay. And then for A, do we want to change it to a different date or something? I think that the board, the Department of Ed is saying July 28th. So do we want to say like by the end of July, or like, because the board probably should review whatever that policy is, or the plan is. You probably would have to have a special meeting, but.
Yeah, it seems like timing is important, right? The sooner we can get stuff out to parents and also the teachers is, and I think that part of the issue is we talked about at the last meeting where we want to have plans. I think there's 3 different options, but we want to have plans kind of in place for those so that we're not reacting and then building, right? So we're already kind of ready to go. So it doesn't seem like it would take that long once we're given the instruction that we just flip it into whatever A, B, or C option they tell us to do, right?
Yeah, because the direction from the education or Minnesota, the Department of Education is that we should have 3 plans ready on July 28th when they announce which one we're going to do. So we should have one for regular school, just distance and hybrid. So we should have those ready on that day. That's what the direction is.
Would it make sense that we have already reviewed them as a board then before then, just so that when the direction comes out, it's just a matter of here's the plan, right? So it's already been approved. I mean, so we don't have to react, right?
Mm-hmm.
So reading the MDE guidance. So what they said was they're going to make a choice and give guidance at the end of July. But this week, they're actually going to release guidance on all 3 options by the end of this week. So, yeah, I mean, we can start work right away, and that'll give us 6 weeks to develop some sort of foundational structure. So as you said, Dan, by the time, they choose one or the other at the end of July, we'll be substantially there. What are your thoughts, John?
Well, that's the direction we've already kind of started after today's meeting was, we're looking at, we have those 3 options. And you will, if it's in person, it's really not, we've already been doing that. So that's not a big issue. The biggest issue is the distance learning and what does that look like? I mean, that's where the majority of the work is going to be done in July, because we have to have something ready to go for the teachers planning wise. I think we got some of that done today. That they know that if we're going into distance learning, these are things that we're looking at changing from what we did at the end of the last school year. So having 3 different scenarios, really it's a matter of, it's not that difficult to put together, because the in-person one is, I mean, it's been what we've been doing year after year. The in-person is not as hard. The distance learning is going to take the most work, but if we set that up right, then when we do have to go, if we have to alternate between the 2, it's more of a modification than it is creating everything new. So, and I think we can get a distance learning framework done. Getting all of the teachers to buy in or to participate in that is not going to happen this summer. Just logistically, I don't see that happening. However, I'd like to see that happen, but teachers are off. They're not contracted to work. So you don't have to have that input, but we will have to have a plan in place. And I would like to be able to say, August 1, this is what MSA plans on doing. I think you have to build in at least a few days for the packaging and how you want to frame that after MDE comes out. But yeah, within a week of MDE's decision, we should have something out on the street, so to speak, or on the website.
You know, in terms of the three options, though, I'm not sure if we were on campus that's actually what we've been doing. It actually is not, because we're going to have to work on social distancing. We might have to instruct things. I mean, we will have less than 30 days to put up and construct, you know, plexiglass, God knows what, right?
Yeah, which is some of that's already been done, but the other part of that is depends on what the instruction is from MDE as far as classroom teachers go. You know, if each classroom teacher has to have plexiglass or something installed in their classroom, that's much different than, you know, or they can wear a face shield.
Right. But other issues would be, you know, what happens if a child is in fact ill? You know,
Right.
what do we have to do with the whole entire classroom, that kind of thing? And do we shut things down? Who can we inform? Are we going to take temperatures of people that walk into the building, including students? Do they have to wear masks? I mean, I think that's pretty complex too.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying that's not. And there's, you know, a lot of that is, you know, fundamentally, when the student gets here from the bus, they will have to have some of that done already.
So for the sake of time, could we just say that it's completed by July 27th? And then you guys can decide if you want to have a special board meeting on July 27th. And then when the state announces on July 28th what they're going to do, then the direction could just be sent out to the community after that, because you guys would have already approved those things on July 27th. Or do you want it earlier?
Well, the July board meeting is July, or should be July 20th, I believe, following the regular pattern. So that would give a week of any adjustments and the option of a special meeting in addition to the regular one. So I think the regular July board meeting would be sufficient.
Okay. So just the published part might be different, because you wouldn't publish it until after the state tells us what one to do.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll say completed by the July board meeting, published after July 28th. Is that right?
I feel like we should put a rider on there instead of the actual date, like once the thing announces it, because if they push it back again.
Yep. Okay. Published after. So published after the state announces, or after state direction. Does that work okay, John?
Well, I'm looking at timing wise, because the next the next meeting that we have with everybody on these groups is the 9th. So that basically gives you 1 week to get the entire 3 plans put together.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
So the next
and
meeting,
you have people on vacations and out, you know, that's the part of the problem you have right now, is you have people that are on, I mean, it's summer. And
So
the next meeting was 3 weeks away. Let's see, today's the 15th, 9th.
the next big all group meeting is July 9th.
Okay.
You have the 4th of July weekend in there.
Well, I don't know who's going to be out during that time, but I mean, something's got to be done within those 3 weeks. I mean, you can't wait 3 weeks and then.
No, there's 5 different groups that are going to be working in that time collecting information and data, so that that there can be some movement forward after that. But I'm just looking at a compressed time. You're looking at trying to get that done in a week, in essence. If you want to have it ready for the board meeting on the 20th, that means you have to be wrapped up, done by the 16th of July.
So who's leading that effort and collecting that data?
I'd say there's 15 or 16 people on that group, and there's five different subgroups to that group, and there's parents, board members, teachers, but vast majority of teachers on it.
So who's leading that effort? I mean, the different groups. I mean, is that staff driven, or I know parents and teachers are going to be helping, but to be fair to those teachers, I mean, they're supposed to be off too.
Right. Well, and that's whatever doesn't get fundamentally the administration is going to have to lead that. The balancing we have with that is administration also has a lot of PTO to use up in that time frame as well. And they haven't had a break since. So in that, you can say, yeah, we've got 3 weeks, but in reality, you've got the end of the fiscal year coming up. So at June 30th, I've got a number of staff members, admin staff members, that have over 10 days of PTO to use. And PTO, we've never put a restriction on PTO. If you want to take PTO, you take it.
Then, I mean, if that's true, and I'm not suggesting people don't take PTO, then what's our plan? I mean, our plan isn't just let these people go on PTO and then that's it, and we wait 3 weeks, right? So what's our plan to make sure it gets done in the next 4 weeks?
Well, that's why I'm saying timing wise, is that a realistic time? Because if you want me to do all that, I'm telling you, I physically will not be able to do it, and I have to look out for all the staff members. So you have to also balance this. You have to balance this with burnout, because if I tell my staff, I'm going to just tell you right up, if I tell them that they have to have this done and they can't take PTO, we may be looking for a whole new admin team next year.
And then are you telling us we're not going to make this deadline? I guess I'm trying.
What I'm saying is you have to be realistic with this deadline, and you may have to have a couple of special board meetings in July, or after that board meeting on the 20th. I think having the expectation to have that done by the board meeting in July is unrealistic. That's what I'm telling you.
Well, we're starting so far behind because we had this discussion last month that we should have been starting earlier. And we had 2 academic committee meetings that we should have been starting earlier. So, I mean, I don't know what else to do, but as the board of the school, we have to have a policy. We have to be able to say to our parents what we're going to be offering. And we can't do it a week after everybody else has already done it. We're a school of choice. We're not, people come here because they see something special that they want to come here for. If we don't even have our options out there to tell people what we're planning to do, I'm afraid that people will leave. Well, I don't know what you want us to do, John.
I'm telling you this. The way this is reading, you're having a completed. When I see the words "a completed plan," I'm looking at all of the things that go into this. Now, if you're just talking about a plan as far as this is what we're going to do, we're going to do in-person planning. We're going to do in-person, okay, and then we're going to figure out the details of that. That's a different scenario than what I'm reading. When I see completed plan, I read completed. That means ready to go. That
And I
means
guess-
we can execute that plan, the next day, which it's not going to be realistic, because the other part of this is we have a lot of other projects that we have to get done, because of if we have in-person schooling or in-person school, we have to do some major modifications to building A for ADA compliance. So we got that going on as well. Now, it's not going to say you can't do them both at the same time, but to expect to have it completed, I think the expectation is unrealistic, and that's what this conversation is about. What is realistic at this point in time?
What if
You can say just make it happen, and that can be your attitude. I'll tell you right now, I will do everything I can to make it happen, but I'm going to have burnout, and I know my staff, the admin staff, is going to have burnout. And if that's what you want, that's the message that I can convey to them, and we'll make it happen as much as possible. But you just need to be aware, walking in wide-eyed, that you're going to burn out people.
I mean, we don't know what the answer is, but if the option is burnout versus we're not ready for the start of school, then we're going to have to think a little bit harder on what those options are, because really
true.
Implementation of a plan, how long do you think that would take? It's got to be more than 3 weeks, or right? I mean, so let's say we made a choice at the end of July, at the very beginning of August. We have 3 weeks to implement a plan. So let's back into some deadlines and dates. And yeah, we're between a rock and a hard place. That's why we're asking those tough questions of what are our options?
And I'm saying, and I would push back, and I disagree with, just because you don't have a plan in place in the middle of July or the 20th of July, that you're not going to be ready for school to open. I think that's a bad assumption. I don't agree with that assumption, because I know what can happen in a month's time. I've been here for over 5 years. I know what can happen in a month's time, and a lot of it is you're not going to get contractors to come in until August to do some of this work.
What if, based on the language here, completed meaning, could be interpreted as the idea that it's completed so that we could start school August 1st, What if, instead of having the fall planning as completed, what about changing it so that there is a completed, draft, so that we, as much as we can plan out prior to hearing from the state, and as much as our efforts can get us, we have a completed draft, by the July board meeting, and then include in there then an August date for a finalized plan ready to publish, because August is not unreasonable to have a published plan.
Oh, no, I'd agree.
So what about shifting it so that draft available for the board, so then if the board has any questions, or if we've heard from community members, just to kind of continue the drafting process?
I would say something of a working document update, something to that effect in July, with a published or a final plan. But where's the current calendar? You would want that completed by the 10th of August. Because if we have students coming back for captain's practice and that kind of thing, we'd want to have it done by then.
Publishing the plan or implementing the plan?
Well, when you say implement the plan, I'm looking at implementing is when we have staff and students coming back into the classrooms or for workshops, and that doesn't happen until the 19th.
Okay.
I'm just throwing it out there because I mean, none of us have gone through this before, so we're all trying to figure it out together. But I'm trying to think if I'm a parent, so how much time do I need for each one of these options? Is there anything that I need to prepare? Because I think that's what we're talking about. The teachers have to prepare for sure because you've got the different curriculums, right? But then from the parents, do we need anything? Is there any, Jeff, I'm looking to you. I mean, I can't think, if they tell me one or the other, it probably depends on your job, right? Whether you're flexible enough to do the work from home or not. And that won't change whether it's August 10th or August 15th or what have you. But maybe they have to put some plans in place as well. So I think the main point I'm trying to make is the further back we can do that, the better our parents and teachers can be, ready for school to start, as opposed to.
Actually, Dan, you're probably the better one to answer that because my kids have just graduated, so
Yeah.
they're
Yeah,
off. They're off.
Yeah, you're off. Yeah.
But I mean, you raise a good point. I mean, at some point in time, parents are probably looking for that reprieve in terms of. I'm sure people are getting word from their companies saying we are going to go back in office in September. Right? Because everyone seems to love the back to school dates that we're normally used to. So, I know you've worked in a virtual office for a long time, but folks that you interact with, I mean, are you hearing that folks need to plan to go back to work in September, and that this will be a huge, kind of a childcare issue now, if schools, in fact, depending on what they choose, could be in person or online?
Yeah, it definitely is. I'm just trying to think of how can we help with that. And the only thing I could think that we can do is, because some of it's out of our hands, yes, but some of it is within our hands, where we can try to plan and give them as much time as possible for them to plan, right? As opposed to something last minute. And then it would be quite stressful to start up school and also find childcare or what have you as needed, right?
Dan, to your point, I think it's fair to say by the end of July, we're going to know what we're going to be able to tell the parents. We're going to be in person, based on whatever MDH's guidance is and MDE's, guidelines are. We're going to be able to make a statement that, we're going to be in person or we're going to be distance learning. Okay. I think fundamentally that's the information parents are going to need to know.
Yep, that's right.
At that point, they're not going to care about when my student walks into are they going to have this done or that done? They're going to, because they have to plan, do I need to arrange some kind of daycare or childcare or whatever for my children? Or, if I've got two of them at home, am I going to have to prep the older one so they know how to take care of the younger one, or whatever that looks like? But,
so, John, if we can make an announcement then, like you said, I mean, the governor will make an announcement, or MDE or whomever. And then if we can follow that up shortly thereafter, so we'll be in compliance with what we're asked to do. We have to. And then the details will come a week or two later. I think that could work, right? So.
And I'm just going to go back. When I see the words completed, to me, that means you've got everything done. I think, and that's why I say it's kind of unrealistic, but I think the information that needs to be handed out, and I would not want to restrict that at all, because I know that parents have to be able to plan for that. If I'm not going to be, if I have to find childcare because I'm going back to the work on September 1st, and we're doing distance learning, and I don't trust my child at home because they're real young or whatever, or I live in a neighborhood where it was a little suspect, whatever that case may be, I need to be able to make a plan. Or maybe I have to, and it is a choice. We are a school of choice. Maybe they have to find something else. I don't, obviously you don't want that to happen, but fact of the matter is it could happen. But we should be able to make a statement very shortly after the state makes a statement as far as to this is what MSA is going to do. We're going to do one of those three things, and it's pretty much going to fall in line with whatever the state guidance is.
So then, just to make sure that we're communicating well with the community, in July, whatever the working draft of our fall 2020 plans should be submitted to Carrie, however it may be by that Thursday deadline, just so then for our community, as they read the published board packet and information, they can kind of see where our drafting is, what we're looking at, and kind of where our progress is, so that individuals have the opportunity to kind of stay up to date without having a formal, formally posted under the website distance learning category. Would that work? And then August, I'm looking at my calendar. Oh, sorry, my phone just closed out on me. So then for August to have a final plan, like implementing possible plan, our teacher workshop week starts on the 24th, unless the state pushes back the start date for school. So if we have that started, then it's got to come out sometime in the first 2 weeks of August as a final plan, so that the teachers then also have time to know for sure, this is what I have to do, because I'm going to have 2 weeks to do it. I mean, we can do some rough planning out and some rough gauging and getting things ready, but until we know the final details, but at least if we have the draft ahead of time, this is the option that we're working with for distance learning. Some of the finer details are going to be worked out, but this is the amount of time I'll have with my students. This is the number of days per week we're going to meet, things like that. It gives them at least a better idea ahead of time of what to do to adjust their curriculum. And then the August version would just, be more finalized. And once we hear from the state, we know some more of those details, but like the firm skeletal structure will be available to families and teachers because it's included in the July board packet. Does that feel like it's a workable compromise between the two? We could still change things from the draft as we have state update information, but then families and teachers can make adjustments, kind of pre-plan for both, for different eventualities.
Well, I go back to that August 10th date. That to me, that's a date, that's a drop dead date. Because that gives you 1 week before you have new teacher, basically it gives you 9 days before the new teacher workshops.
Yeah, that's why I'm kind of wondering if August 10th is our absolute deadline, but could we push it a few days earlier just in case something that, we didn't anticipate, and there's somebody's like, oh wait, don't forget about this, and we realize we have to do a little bit of reworking or revising, then we have a little bit of a couple days wiggle room, at least in case something pops up that's unanticipated prior to the release of the formal plan and putting it fully into place.
I mean, right now we have absolutely no wiggle room, and heaven forbid, I mean, could the governor actually say you have a choice between in-person or distance learning, and 833 decides to choose one and we just can't do it that way? Then we're really stuck, and then we need more time to think. So it's not, I don't know if it's as cut and dry between the three options as it first sounds. Things develop day by day. You read these articles of different things schools are trying to do. I mean, we really have to educate ourselves on the options.
All right, so it doesn't seem like we can come to a conclusion right now about this. So can we at least say that there would be a draft at the July meeting? John, can you agree to have a draft done by the July meeting?
Yeah, I think there needs to be, this is of course a path. If we have three options, and yeah, there can be draft work done. Yes.
Okay, but just realize the quicker we have the information, the better decisions every single person can make. So it's dependent on how quickly those things get done. So is everybody okay with just saying a draft by July? All right. Anything else in that category, John?
No, the C and Ds should be fine.
I think the only other question I had was with regard to graduation. And I know we have a couple of parents here that might have better insight for this. With regard to graduation planning and finalizing of what those are, obviously taking into account that if you're thrown a curveball, everything is delayed. But when is it reasonable to have graduation plans finalized? Assuming a normal year, which I know is unlikely, but still, let's assume normal year, and we can have graduation in Building B. When is reasonable to have those graduation plans finalized?
Well, those plans are all pretty much those. I mean, there's no formal document, but those are already kind of, because we've done that so often. Those are already done. It's just a matter of following the. I'd have to pull up the document what those dates are, but those are all. We've got that particular type of procedure for a typical graduation has already been established. I guess I'd have to go pull it up and find out what the dates are on there, because I didn't look at it much this year, but so I don't know what. Yeah, I guess I'm not sure when's the date that to have that done by. What do you mean by the procedure to have it done, or?
Yeah, so just that, because I'm just trying to figure out, so that we have for graduation planning, just as an item for project management, when is that sort of completion date? So that that the details are all wrapped up. When would that be reasonable? May 1st?
And maybe what Michelle's driving at too. I mean, I know a lot of things were going on this year, but choosing a venue and doing what we did in a little over 2 weeks before graduation really didn't help. and there's really no reason we couldn't have started earlier, because we were working under some assumptions that had been given to us, a month and a half, almost 2 months prior to graduation. So maybe it's just something that we should keep in mind so that we don't let it linger or fall to the wayside, because it almost did.
Maybe we can just say by the May board meeting. So it's like the 3rd week of May.
Yeah.
Second week.
Maybe April, because May board meeting's so close to the end.
And that's kind of why I was asking. I'm painfully I know what the final graduation program looks like, and it's always so great, but I don't actually know when they start selecting their speakers, or I am unfamiliar with that calendar, because I just.
That process in a typical year is done way ahead of time. So that's usually done, and that a lot of that process, that planning process starts March, April time frame. I don't remember the exact days, but it pretty much starts with the senior meeting, because then you also have the senior lock-in that goes with that. So there's a number of different groups that at the senior meeting planning night, that's when a lot of that begins to take shape. And obviously, when you don't know what's going to happen, as far as, you can't have any, to, okay, now you can do this. And when you have such a fluid situation, it changes quite a bit. But in a typical year, by the board meeting, which would be, if the schedule is followed, the 17th of May, that's 3 weeks, not quite 3 weeks out of graduation. You would have most of that finalized. Some of that is still dependent on seating, and that kind of thing is all still dependent on if students are going to graduate or not. We're not going to invite a family to be at graduation if your kid isn't graduating, but so, and some of that isn't, we don't know that until the PSEO grades come in, unfortunately. So some of that is out of the control of the school until that last week in May.
Okay, so do you want the April board meeting or the May board meeting? What do you guys want?
Well, personally, I'd say that if you want to have the speakers and all that identified, you typically that's done by it won't be done before the April board meeting.
Okay, so then let's say the April board meeting.
No, it would not be done before
Oh.
the April board meeting.
Oh, I thought you said would
I
be.
don't know if we need everything signed up by the April meeting. I think what we're getting at is we'll know by then if we're doing a traditional graduation or we have to come up with a plan. I think that's what we're getting at.
Right. I guess exactly, Cody, is, we would know by then, I would assume we would know by then that we're doing a live in-person graduation or we're doing a virtual one. Of course, who knows, maybe that's all subject to further guidance that if you have an outbreak, you have to close your school down. We don't know what that's going to look like, but assuming that that isn't the case, yeah, you would know by the April board meeting if it's going to be in person or virtual or drive-in. And to be honest, the drive-in the drive-in graduation went real well. There are parts of that I think that some future years would like to have in their graduation.
All right, so let's say April then. It sounds like that is a consensus, at least to have the draft of what that will look like. All right, so on the board agenda, we have to finish this up. So, and we don't have the other things on the board agenda. So I'm gonna move to the other things that we're gonna do at the workshop, just so we can finish those quickly. And then at the board, we'll finish going through this development plan. Is that okay with everybody? All right. So the Zoom etiquette, this was just based on a couple of things. Like I watched a couple of other board meetings and all of the members of the board were actually visual or available, like we could see them during the board meeting. So I think it would be good etiquette because we're trying to foster a relationship with the community that if you're in the board meeting that you actually are available so that everyone can see you. I mean, obviously if you have to run the bathroom or something, I'm not talking about, every single minute, but for the most part, I think it's probably good etiquette to have that happen. And then we also had some board meetings where other people were in the Zoom room, and I'm not really sure how they got the address to be in the room. And it just seemed to me kind of odd because some other people were like, well, why was so-and-so there? I wanted to be there, but I couldn't be there. I just had to watch it live stream. So I think that we should also make sure that the only people that are in the room actually have board business, that they were invited or there's a reason that they're there. Shannon and Tom are always invited as well as the assistant directors. So, just kind of thinking about that. And then also whoever's managing the room, like Judy right now is trying to take all the notes and she's trying to manage the room. So if there's all these other people there, it becomes, kind of cumbersome for her as well. And so those are just my suggestions. I'm not going to be here, but, I just kind of thought I'd bring that to you guys just so you can think about whatever you want to do with that information. So I don't know if you want to chat about it right now or just, are there any suggestions or anything? I mean, it's just general etiquette. I don't think you have to have a policy necessarily, but. All right. The other thing I had then was that before you vote for the parents and the parent representative, you need to decide how you want to do that. And we don't have to decide right now. I think it probably makes more sense for you guys, the new board, to decide how to do that. But do you want it to be a plurality or a majority for those votes? Because, how many times do you want to vote when you have 5 candidates and there are only 8 of you? So there's going to be some ties, and then how do you kind of break that down? So that's just something that I was kind of thinking about, you know, in the process, you're going to have to figure that out. So whoever becomes, whoever is the chair at that time period, I don't know if you want to have a conversation about that at that time period, or if you just want to have a conversation right now about it.
And it's been a while since we've done it, so I don't know if there's anyone on the board that remembers, you know, how it was done last time. I think we had 4 candidates. And I don't know how the voting went, so.
Well, when we had Cody and Adam come on, there were 3 yeah.
I was normally elected.
Oh, okay. So it was Adam then, yeah. When it was Adam, there were 3 candidates, and we just voted, and it was a majority the first time. So it didn't matter. We didn't have to like go and do anything else after that. So, and I mean, it's up to you guys to decide.
Just so some of you are aware, at the past, when there's been parents and multiple parents, we've done an election, and if it hasn't been a majority, then we narrow it down to 2, and then do a revote or a second vote. That way, the person that's coming on to the board has a majority of votes, rather than, hey, I got on the board, I had 2 votes or 3 votes, but I wasn't ever in a majority.
Mm-hmm.
That gives a little more legitimacy to the, you know, to the election. That, yeah, you actually did have a majority of the votes.
Yeah, I would feel more comfortable with the majority, I think, as well. So if we could, everyone's okay with that. And if it's not in the first vote, as you say, John, then we pare it down to 2 and vote
Right.
amongst those. Yeah. Everybody's all right with that?
And then just the other thing that we have is the board policies. Once we adopt a board policy, it should go on the website, but they haven't been going there. So I don't know who's responsible for actually taking them and putting them on the website. It was a question between whether it was the secretary or it was the chair of the policy committee. So, and then I guess that was just never worked out. So I don't know how you guys want to do that or how you want to proceed, but all of the policies from this year have not been put on the website. Oh, they have now? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. A week ago they were put on there, Michelle said. So, but up until then, they hadn't been. So how do you guys want to proceed for next year?
I'm fine with the policy chair being the one to send them to Justin and Carrie, especially because we would have the other drafting documents and things that we can work with, which is totally fine. I just kind of want to know one way or another which one is specific, because I was thinking about it and I don't actually know whose responsibility it is. It wasn't delineated in the description of the committee. So it's fine either way. I think it makes sense to have the policy chair do it, but it doesn't have to be.
I agree. The secretary already has enough stuff going on. They don't need one more thing.
Well, from my perspective, they were never forwarded to me, and it's just not on my radar to reach out and ask, hey, is there anything else I need to be submitting to Carrie to upload on the website? So if I don't know about it, it doesn't get done.
I feel like that falls under policy committee.
All right, sounds good. It seems like everyone seems to be on board for that. So, all right. Anything else before we take a quick break here? All right, sounds good. So we'll be back in 15 minutes then. Thanks. All right. All right. So Judy, are you still streaming? Is everything good?
Should be good.
All right, sounds good. So I'll call the meeting to order. It is 6:15. So thank you everyone for being here. And we will have Emily read the mission and the vision for the last time. Thank you, Emily, for attending tonight.
Yeah, no problem. So our mission is we provide accelerated curricula in all subjects with an emphasis on math and science. And our vision is to be an innovative, sustainable model of academic excellence that creates well-rounded, lifelong learners and global citizens.
Thank you, Emily, and thank you for all of your contributions to the board this year. I know that you worked with student council to have some new ways for students to have access to the board. And so I just really appreciate your work, Emily.
Oh yeah, no problem.
And we'll miss you.
Oh, thanks.
All right, so we'll do the roll call then. So Lisa Anderson, yes, I'm here. Jeff?
Here.
Noah?
Here.
Judy?
Here.
Ramesh? Not here. Okay. Cody?
Here.
Dan?
Here.
Michelle?
Here.
Adam?
Here.
Emily and Steve and Mr. G are all here as well. So the only one that we're missing is Ramesh. All right, so is there a motion to approve the agenda, or are there any changes to the agenda?
So moved.
All right, so that was Adam. Is there a second?
Cody will second.
All right. Anyone else have comments? All right, so we'll vote then. Lisa, I say yes. Jeff?
Yes.
Noah?
Yes.
Judy?
Yes.
Cody?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Michelle?
Yes.
Adam?
Yes.
All right, the motion passes 8-0. All right, and then are there any conflict of interest? No? All right, so then we'll move on to open forum, and I actually have two different things for open forum that I received. So the first one is a letter from Miss Height, Jessica Height. She's a teacher here. So she says, I believe MSA needs to make a stronger, more specific statement to the MSA community following the murder of George Floyd. In the brief paragraph included in the June newsletter, George Floyd was never named and not once was the word racism mentioned. Combating injustices and inequalities faced by any and all people is a must. But right now, it's Black lives that are being targeted. It's Black lives that need to know we are listening. Words matter. We have to say the words in order to solve the problems. Racism, institutional racism, racial microaggressions, and implicit bias. I think it's important to let our families and students know that MSA recognizes the fact that systematic racism continues to be a problem in American society, and that we as an institution of education will work to not only call out overt racism, but actively dismantle covert racism. It doesn't take being an American history teacher to notice that we're repeating our ugly history over and over again. Even if one has only been paying attention to the news over the last 5 years, one can see we're in a pattern of police brutality targeted at Black and brown people, specifically young African-American men and boys. But this pattern didn't start 5 years ago. It started on our soil more than 400 years ago. Why? Why is our country continually repeating horrific racist events? Because racism has not gone away. It is built into the framework that is America. Until we do the hard work of rebuilding the structure of the United States to benefit everyone, we will continue to repeat these same events. So yes, words matter and actions matter even more. I ask you, what is MSA doing to confront the institutional racism found in education? What is MSA doing to educate its staff and student population about microaggressions and implicit bias? What is MSA doing to encourage its white population to recognize that many of the privileges they enjoyed are not extended to people of color? What is MSA doing to ensure its students, our students, specifically our Black and brown students, feel safe and feel heard? I am a white teacher. My skin color is different from many of my students. I can't possibly know what they're feeling right now, but I want my students to know I am listening. I will continue to listen. The other teachers will listen. MSA will listen. Black Lives Matter. MSA needs to say it. George Floyd matters. Say his name. Once the words are said, the actions can begin. MSA, let's get to work so we can be an institution that is part of the solution. I love this school and I love my students. I know MSA can be a catalyst for change. Thank you, Jessie Height, social studies teacher and MSA employee beginning in 2008. Thank you, Jessie, for your impassioned words. It's amazing to hear this. And I share your concerns. The next one is a question from Heather Crisco. So she said, she asked, can you please share with the MSA community what your stance is on activities and athletic groups, and what can they do this summer? I heard that Zoom meetings are okay, but when will administration revisit this topic? Can MSA email addresses be used for Zoom meetings? Can anything happen in person if the governor lifts restrictions? Is there no contact until school decisions are made in July, or until the Minnesota State High School League decides on coach practices in August, or until school starts? So I hope that we could answer these questions maybe. I mean, obviously we don't answer them during this meeting, but hopefully, John, you can kind of answer some of those questions for Ms. Crisco, so that the rest, and probably the rest of the community, so they know what's happening regarding sports, because different schools are doing different things, because like my kids are doing differently than what we're doing. So we need some guidance regarding that, I think. So those were the only two things that I received before 4 o'clock today. And I haven't checked my email since then. So if anybody else sent me something after 4 and I didn't get it, I apologize. But those were the only two things I received. All right, so then we're on to the approval of the minutes. So is there a motion to approve the board workshop and regular meeting minutes from May 18th? They're on pages 4 through 18.
I can move. This is Dan.
Okay. Thank you, Dan. Is there a second?
This is Adam. I will second.
All right. Is there any discussion? All right. All right. It seems like everyone's okay. All right. So we'll vote on it. So Lisa, I say yes. Jeff?
Yes.
Noah?
Yes.
Judy?
Yes.
All right. And Ramesh is here now. So Ramesh?
Yep. Hi. Yes.
Okay. Cody?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Michelle?
Yes.
Adam?
Yes.
All right. So the motion passes 9-0. All right. Is there a motion to approve the board's special meeting minutes from June 1st? They're on pages 19 to 26.
I will motion.
All right. That's Michelle. Is there a second?
I'll
I will
second this,
second.
Ramesh.
Oh, go ahead, Ramesh.
All right. So I have Ramesh for the second. Is there any discussion or are there any questions?
I just have one quick question. On page 25, when we talked about the counselor contracts, I think we have an incorrect word, a couple of incorrect words in here. So when it talks about towards the bottom of the discussion paragraph, Mr. Gavrecki noted they'll be taking a lot of their PTO and comp time in the month of June. I think it would make sense to cut the phrase comp time. When we were looking at it, because the idea is that the PTO is personal time off so that they can do whatever they want, but the comp time is actually work days. They're allotted work from home days. So I think in the context of the sentence, I don't think it doesn't mean what we talked about. Page 25. So comp time isn't additional vacation time, it's work from home days. And so they're together in here. And so it makes it seem like when you read the sentence that PTO and comp time are all vacation days. I don't know, maybe I'm the only one reading it that way, but I just didn't know if we needed to cut that or at least make the distinction between the two as part of our previous discussion. We were talking about like projects to be worked on.
That's the way I read it as well, Michelle. Is there anybody else? All right, so we'll cut out comp time and substitute work days for that. All right. Are there any other questions? No? All right, so then we will vote on it. So Lisa, I say yes. Jeff?
Yes.
Noah?
Yes.
Judy?
Yes.
Ramesh?
Yes.
Cody?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Michelle?
Yes.
Adam?
Yes.
All right, so the minutes are approved then, 9-0. And then there's no chair report, and then there's the director's report on page 27. So Mr. G?
The only update that I have on there is all the special ed contracts have been signed and turned in. And now we're just working our way through the admin staff, and they should be all done by the end of the week, if not next week. Depends on when I get them back. I have to send a couple of them out yet because we are having some meetings on shifting some job descriptions based on some late information. So the admin staff should all be done by the end of next week at the latest.
Okay, so I had a question on page 27. Under the communication and community relationships, it says that there was an end of the year survey sent to parents for feedback on the school year and distance learning. I was just wondering if there was going to be one sent to the students and the teachers, because the teachers haven't had a chance to have their voices heard about distance learning yet.
Yeah, the staff one will go out. There isn't the distance learning one for students. Will go out. However, I have a feeling the turnout will be a little less than we would have liked. But those will be going out before the end of the month.
All right, and then I just had a question about the contracts. Has everyone at least received a contract yet? I mean, like all the administrators and the staff.
Well, I can't send out the contract until I have the job description with it. I have a couple of them back. I don't have all of them out because of the job description changes they have to do before I can send them out. Because when the contract goes out, the job description goes with it because that's a contractual part of it.
Okay. All right, any other questions?
Can you give detail about these COVID rooms in the facility update?
So in the building A and building C, this came about from our last admin meeting. Basically, we will need to, or are planning on having on location some COVID rooms. Basically, that is for students that would get sick during the day or staff members. Although staff members more than likely would go home. But those would be basically holding rooms, if you want to think of them that, until parents were able to come up and get their students. So they're kind of isolated from the rest of the community. So unfortunately, last year before spring break, we did have a couple incidences where parents were contacted and they took them longer than anticipated, or I guess expected, for them to pick up their child. And obviously, once the child's on campus, we have to wait until the parent comes and picks them up. And we can call the parent as much as we want, but we can't make them drive here. So we have to offer a place for them to be. So we would have a location in building A and then a location in building C. Those two buildings are chosen because they're the ones that actually have rooms available in them to house students. And then there may have to be a little shuffling or movement of furniture, but the goal is to have them in a location that's at least disruptive for the rest of the students and staff while minimizing the exposure.
All right, any other questions? All right, we'll move on to the student representative update. Emily, was there?
Yeah, as of now, there's nothing really to report unless anyone has questions about something that I can answer.
All right, any questions?
But maybe did you hear anything about, anything about the graduation from the student side?
I haven't heard anything specifically, but I mean, I can share some things that I personally noticed about it. I don't know if it was just me, but I had some issues hearing some of the speakers on the radio. So I don't know if that was more on my side or if it was more on MSA's, but that was a little bit of an issue, but I haven't heard anything major. Seems like people liked it and thought it was very organized how everyone came in and came out.
Good.
It wasn't just you with the radio issue. I had problems too.
Okay, nice. Good to know.
I did too for parts of it.
Emily, is there anything that the board can do to help transition the next student representative, or anything that we can do to make your learnings passed on? Anything that you have not already done?
I guess not anything super specific. I think it was pretty easy adjustment just because everyone was really welcoming, and Ms. Anderson, you gave a lot of good, helpful tips to kind of get me ready for it. So I think, not that I can really think of, but I did contact Paula, who's the incoming student representative, and just answered some of her questions and that sort of thing. So.
Well, thank you so much, Emily, for all of your hard work. We really appreciate your presence on the board.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. We'll move on to the board committee reports then. And so the board committee reports probably might include a little bit of notes about their last meeting, but also that new idea that we were doing the final updates as well. So, if you're doing the report for your committee, you can kind of decide how much you want to kind of mesh those together or whatever it might be. So in the packet for academics on page 43, it has the final committee update. And then after that, it has 3, 4, 5 pages of the academic committee meeting minutes. So we did have a 2-hour meeting. So I did just do the final update after the meeting. So some of the big things that came from the academics committee this year is that we finished the modified transcript procedure. So thinking about, if a student needs help or something and they need to have a modified grade or a modified transcript, we finalized, what that would look like. Also, we worked really hard on the eligibility policy, and you can see that later on tonight. We're going to be voting on that policy to make it more consistent as far as the dates, because we had changed it a lot last year, and then we didn't understand how some of the dates didn't really correspond. So we kind of fixed some of those things. Then we did have a lot of PD goals that we kind of finalized. And part of what I'm actually supposed to do tonight is to give actually an academic update of our PD goals. And so we have all of the goals and we figured out all of them and we started to work on them. But then because of COVID, we really weren't able to finish them. And so we do a couple of different things with goals. There's a school-wide goal that we have. And so that was to increase nonfiction reading. And so we came up with some strategies, and so a couple of teachers kind of presented some strategies to the rest of us, and that I think was in January or February. And then we were supposed to implement those strategies in February and March, and then come back in April and report how did they work, kind of think about what things could be changed or if we were struggling or whatever. Well, obviously we couldn't do the end part of that. And now, of course, the nonfiction reading goal, that's also supposed to be helping our MCA scores and then other standardized test scores as well. Well, we didn't have MCAs either, so we can't really measure if that was, started to be successful. We also have department goals, but much the same thing happens. So just so that you are aware, we are, doing all of these goals, or at least we did do them when it was an appropriate time to do them before distance learning. So, my recommendation would be that we probably continue with those same goals next year. Unless it's distance learning, then we might have to think about how to adapt those goals to actually represent distance learning. But hopefully, if we're not distance learning, we would have like a longer time to actually work on the goal, because we would already have the goal kind of figured out, whereas it took us a while to kind of figure out the goals this year. So just so that you're aware of that then. And then you can see there's a couple of different task force from the academic committee. And so I just put who the leaders are of some of those. And then some of them will be working over the summer, and some of them will kind of take a break and come back next summer. And then on the back, there's some more committees there. And then the only other thing I thought that the board should kind of know was that the idea that there were all of these goals that we weren't really able to access or measure. And then of course, because we couldn't take FastBridge or the MCAs or ACTs, all of those things, that will be kind of hard. Then with the academic agenda updates, you have that in there as well. Like I said, it was like a 2-hour meeting. So it talks a little bit more about that modified transcript. It talks about the eligibility policy update. And then we really we spent about 40 minutes talking about trying to plan for next year. So you can see there are a lot of different elements or different questions that people had trying to plan for next fall. And then we talked about merit promotion procedure, and that's just the idea that MSA does not socially promote. So not this past fall, but the fall before, we passed a policy called merit promotion, and that says that we only promote students who have actually achieved the elements that they're supposed to achieve to pass the class. So we don't socially promote here. And so we just had a discussion about that. And so just the idea is that that is what should be happening in every class, that we shouldn't be socially promoting students. And we also need to make sure that maybe there are some teachers who have biases, and that they actually do maybe social promote, not maybe even intending to do it, but sometimes as a teacher, you might say, oh, look at this kid, they're failing, but they're really good kids. So I'm gonna help them, more than I would help somebody else who's maybe not as well behaved. So some people were just saying that they would notice that that was happening, and really that's a form of social promotion. So we really shouldn't be doing those things. We should make sure that we're looking at all the same standards for every student to make sure that they are being held to the same standards to actually be able to pass the class. Unless they have a 504, SPED or something like that. And we also are going to be working for some of the professional development next year to be working to look at microaggressions. How do we deal with those things? How do teachers deal with racism or microaggressions that they see in the classroom? Or how do they deal with it internally as well? So hopefully some of those conversations will help, to kind of get rid of some of this social promotion if that is occurring, because some people said that they had seen a few teachers kind of do that. So we want to make sure we're not doing that. Then we talked a lot about math. And so we kind of ended with math, saying that they are not going to be changing their math classes for next year. That was the last thing that came in that meeting. And so I guess this is sort of weird because I have a question about my own updates, because this meeting was on June 1st. And we were told that math wouldn't be changing all of their classes this year. But then last Monday when I came into work, then I was told that they are going to be changing all of their classes, and that they're changing all of their textbooks and the names of their textbooks. And so I guess I'm just wondering kind of what was going on with that, and how that developed, and why there was such a big, I don't know if it's a miscommunication or what exactly happened.
So just to clarify, the math part is the thing that wasn't changing. So there was the one class. So there's that one specific class that I spent probably more time talking about than anything else. that was the one piece that we were looking to change, not this following year, but the year after that. So that was going to be the option or the thing that we were looking to make for the change in 2 school years. But we were planning on making curriculum changes for the other classes for next school year. And so so part of it was the name change. And as I had noted, it really isn't a content change. It's just a different set of curriculum that we're using.
Okay. Well, thank you for clearing that up, Noah. I guess I just have some follow-up questions then, and this probably is more about the school or the idea of how these things happen, because really scheduling in classes that were going to be added or changed, those were supposed to be to Joelle by December. And then of course they were supposed to go to Emily by January so that all of those things could be updated into the course handbook. And like, this was a handbook we actually, you know, had done on time. And so I don't really get why we're doing this so late in the year, because Joelle has spent 6 months on scheduling. And now there's also like a change in the 6th grade class. So she's going to have to change all of the 6th grade classes. And so I'm just wondering like why this is happening so late. Like we have a procedure in place because when you have due dates, it's because it, you know, it affects other people's jobs. And so, you know, the idea is that it's supposed to be done in December so that Noelle or Joelle and Emily can do all of the planning. And so for it now just to happen now, it now means that they all have to do extra planning and they have to do all of these other things. And they don't have that planned into their summer, like they have all their days taken up with summer. And so like Joelle suggested that it would be between 2 to 5 days of work time that she's going to have to spend just changing all of these class schedules. And so I don't understand, like, especially as the adults here, you know, like, I hope like none of my students are watching, because all I ever say to my students is like, hey, you have a due date and we need to make sure that you follow the due date, kind of for 2 reasons. First of all, for yourself, because you're learning to, you know, manage your time, you're learning to, you know, figure out what needs to be done. There's a due date. But secondly, because in the real world, due dates are there because they affect other people. Like if you don't need a due date if it doesn't affect anybody else. And so I don't understand as an institution, we're starting to just say dates don't matter. It doesn't matter if you have the coach's handbook done on time. It doesn't matter if you have the staff handbook done on time. It doesn't matter if you have your classes done on time. And so I just worry that as an institution, this is not the best policy. And I would hope that we would hold true to our due dates and our procedures, because we have those procedures for a reason. It's not just like to make things hard for people, you know, and I think it's super disrespectful to Joelle to now ask her to go and do all of this work.
So what specific question do you want me to answer?
Well, I'm not sure that it's about you, Noah. I don't think, I mean, I think it's the idea of the administration and that we're allowing these things to happen as an institution. And I think this is just one example, Noah, and I'm not trying to pick on you or the math department, and I'm not trying to say whether we should do it or not, but I think it's an issue. Why are all of these things being allowed to be done late? Like, they affect people's jobs. So like, are we paying Joelle extra money then because she's gonna have to work overtime? I mean, how is that, what's going to happen with her? I guess that's my question for John. What are we doing for Joelle since she has to work 2 to 5 days more because of this, if we're doing that?
First, I'm going to go back to address where this all came about. Fundamentally, charter schools are based, and the reason they're allowed to exist is they're supposed to be innovative thinkers when it comes to an adjustments and be nimble enough to adjust their curriculum. And the math department implemented a pilot program with CPM, and we did not have data on that until towards the end of the school year, as far as how, you know, was this good for students or not. And fundamentally, I would say, you know, we're all here for what's best for the students. And if that means that we have to put in extra time because we found a way that works best for our students and something works for our students, that's fundamentally what we're here for. So we need to be able to adapt and change. And yes, it does cost extra work. And I'm not trying to minimize, impact that this is going to have on Joelle, but fundamentally, this is the right thing to do for our students. And to say we're not going to do this because it's going to cause extra work for people is the wrong thing to do. We want to do the best things for our students. Making a change or a shift so that we can include CPM in support. I think if you talk to any of the parents that were involved with the CPM, the resources that it provides are hands down way above what we were able to provide them before. And to deny students that access because it's going to take some extra work is fundamentally wrong. And that is not what we're here to do. We're here to serve our students. And this is the right move. So if it's going to cause people to do extra work, yes, we'll compensate them. But we're going to do the right thing for our students. That sometimes means we do have to work extra. And Joelle is on a salaried, non-exempt salary, which means she will get paid for any overtime that she does to make this thing, to make the schedule work and reflect what we're doing. Now, timing wise, yes, it would have been nice to be able to do this back in November or December or October. We had no data on that. So how can you make a decision when you don't have data on it and you don't know if it's going to work or not? The math department, I take my hats off to them. They did a lot of work on this when they had the information. They made the right decision. And yes, it wasn't following procedures that we've had implemented, but it's the right thing to do. And fundamentally, as a charter school, we're supposed to be creative and innovative. And if you're telling me that we can't do something because we have a procedure in place and that's going to stop us from doing the right thing, then I'm at the wrong school, because I want to do what's right for the student. To answer your question, yes, Joelle will be compensated for her time, whatever extra time it takes to do that.
So with all due respect, you're making this statement about Joelle, and I agree with it. I mean, the impact on her, will do right by her. But this is actually very different from what you just said when we were talking about distance learning and fall planning. You made the statement about, burnout and all this other stuff, yet you're not standing up for Joelle. I don't understand that. Those are the same type of issues, and we need to be consistent in how we treat our staff.
Fundamentally,
in terms of, just want to finish. Sorry about that.
Yep.
And then I don't know if I misunderstood about the math curriculum. I mean, we've had 2 or 3 reports, and I was under the impression that it was difficult to change the names of the classes. And in fact, it wasn't going to happen until next year. And I don't know, maybe I missed something there. And certainly no one kept Joelle in the loop on this. So it's difficult for her to plan.
Fundamentally, the difference, Jeff, is I do stand up for Joelle, but fundamentally, the difference is the impact that it's going to have on student learning and the support that they're going to have next year.
I don't understand. I mean, fall learning, distance learning, everything having to do with COVID, that greatly affects student learning. You're saying it doesn't?
No, I'm not saying that at all. You're reading that wrong. They're not the same.
Well, I think they are. We're similar.
Well, we can choose to disagree on that.
So anyway, so naming our math class integrated 1, 2, and 3. One of the concerns was other institutions would not understand or know what that necessarily means in terms of curriculum. And also, you know, if we do change them, who's going to be responsible for answering parent questions? Because I think schedules have already been sent out, at least for the seniors. And, you know, normally we make these decisions a little bit earlier because when people make decisions to come to MSA, they of course have their curriculum in hand and are given these schedules. So are you the one that's going to answer these questions when they come in, or who, or someone on staff?
So let me just address some of that. So first, I mean, any seniors that have, assuming they don't have an IEP 0504 that makes it where they don't have to take our normal progression, they're not affected at all because they'll need to be in calculus as a senior or later. And so this doesn't affect calculus. This doesn't affect pre-calculus. The only what it affects is the algebra 1, 2, 3 class. And as I had noted before, it's really just a name change. Like we're covering a lot of the same content. It's just the name is different. Now, when someone had to come in and look at a transcript of someone that had algebra 1, 2, 3, I mean, a lot of times they would say, well, where is geometry? Why is it algebra 1, 2, 3? And then they'd have to go back and look to see what we actually did in those classes anyway. And so when they see integrated math 1, integrated math 2, integrated math 3, that we're certainly not the only school in the nation that does this. In fact, it's a fairly common thing. It's not the most common thing, but it's not like we're the only school that's going to be doing this. This is something that schools come across all of the time. And so it's not going to be super irregular. But at the same time, it's going to be something where they'll need to kind of look at, see what things that we cover in our classes, which are things that we're doing, and we're making sure that everyone's going to know what things are covered in each of our classes. And so that'll be pretty clear for anyone that contacts us. We'll have that information for them to pass off as to what we cover in each of those classes.
So we're going to use the word math in the name of the class then, because I think our first introduction to this, we didn't use the word math. We just said integrated 1.
Yeah, I don't know if that was made clear, but it's something that we'll make sure. I know just saying integrated 1, some were confused. But as I noted, like if a college looks and sees the word integrated, they're going to assume math. But I think just for our own community where it's not as common of a thing, we will use the word math in that. So it's integrated math 1, integrated math 2. And same thing when we're changing the middle school, but that's just middle school math. So it's middle school math 1, middle school math 2. And it's going to basically be the same thing. As someone wants to see what we've done, well, we'll be able to pass on that information.
Okay, great. Thanks.
And then I just had like two really quick follow-up questions. Are we still going to have the math skills class?
Yeah, so that's the major change that Joelle's going to have to work out. We did have pre-algebra with an additional math skills class, and we found that the math skills class didn't really accomplish what we wanted to. And so part of the idea is, well, if you're not good at something, certainly spending more time with it may be helpful, but depending on your mindset, spending more time with it may not help you at all. And so we found that it's not super helpful. In fact, just changing what those students are covering in their normal math class. And so that was kind of the introduction of the middle school math 1. So anyone that was in math skills would be in a middle school math 1 class, and so the topics they're covering are going to be slightly different than say they would have this year. And so then it's middle school math 1, middle school math 2, and then they jump into the integrated math.
Okay, so the math study skills is going away, but that's a class that was alternated with the other study skills. So in terms of staffing, how does that affect? Caitlin, I believe, was the math skills. I'm so sorry. I feel terrible if I'm trying to.
Yeah, so a few of the things with that is a lot of the students that were in the math skills class were not taking the standard study skills class. And so a lot will be able to be shifted over that. So that would be classes that Phil Brandt has. And so I don't think that's going to change his sections, although Joel certainly could tell you for sure. But it allows some of those students that wouldn't have been able to take that to actually take the study skills class. And it also opens up some possible music electives. And then there may have been some that didn't take art or whatever the other one across from study skills due to being in math skills. So there are those other ones that will be changed a little bit just to manage the numbers, but it's what we did a few years ago. So.
Okay, so then some of the numbers are going to be shifted to other electives, and then is Caitlin going to be reduced FTE because now she's losing sections?
No, we're moving. It's just a matter of adjusting the sections that we already have, and so she will. I mean, each year the number of sections of each class change, and so I don't remember, she'll get what would be an integrated 1 class, but it's just some shifting of sections. So then she'll have additional middle school 1 classes, and instead of having those students twice, possibly during a day, only have them once. So in terms of numbers, it's not significantly changing the numbers in any of the sections.
So then her total number of students per section will go down, but the other electives will go up?
I don't know for sure without looking at those numbers.
And then the other question I had has a little bit more to do about the curriculum itself. I suppose it's probably moot at this point to try to kind of delay it to enact it, because I had forwarded some information about another colleague of mine that enacted this at their school, and the one thing that they noted that was a mistake that actually was part of a factor in the decrease in their MCA scores was that they enacted it across a whole slew of grades instead of starting with the younger grade and then slowly adding into the curriculum, because it's set up with specific sort of groups and collaborative. And they said that that was a big mistake, and if they could change anything, that they wouldn't do that, that they would integrate it a grade at a time, like slowly moving it in, or at least like a couple grades, like block it out, so that they're not trying to teach a whole bunch of different sets of skills and collaboration all at once. But I know that there's a focus on some of those collaborative efforts, and so when it comes to distance learning, is it still feasible to use the curriculum in the way that it is envisioned?
That is something that we're certainly going to discuss through the end of the summer, and as we know better what the fall will look like. It is very true that it's not ideal for distance learning. It's not that it can't be done, it just is a lot harder to do. But because of that, we may be shifting some of the collaborative stuff until we know that we're going to be fully on campus. And so it may shift how we're doing it a little bit to begin with, but overall it's what's going to be better for our students once they're all on campus.
Gotcha. So I think I would just say, especially too, just thinking of the other 6th grade elective teachers, if it does seem that essentially you're spreading out students across more sections than before, so that Caitlin's total student workload goes down, but other teachers' total student workload goes up, instead of shifting those, I would say perhaps having she and Philibrand team up together to both teach sections of study skills, if it does seem that that workload is just being shifted to other people, which is not fair. You know, to suddenly find out at the beginning of the summer that your section size is going up from, 15 to 20 to 25 to 30, that is definitely not fair and puts those teachers at a distinct disadvantage. So I think if it does seem that it's more of a shifting of numbers and you're passing students to other teachers and their load is increasing, then I would suggest not shifting the numbers of sections of that middle school math 1 and having, instead of math skills, Caitlin and Michael team up to both teach sections of study skills, just to make it equitable.
Yeah, we'll definitely keep that in mind, and I'll have that conversation with Joelle too as we kind of look at what the sections are going to look like.
Thank you, Noah, for answering our questions and for working on this curriculum. But I think all of these issues are the issues why we have a timeline, because we don't have time to fully digest and answer all of these questions with data or anything like that. And so that's why we try to say, someone needs 6 months to put a schedule together, because that's actually how long it takes to make sure that the schedule works and that it's equitable. My final question about this is just, when will the communication go out to the parents that all of this is happening? Like, is there an email going out like tomorrow or this week, or what's the plan to communicate to all the parents about all of these changes? Like, some parents have even looked at their kids' schedule already. And of course, the kids will have to know as well that the names of their classes will be different.
I don't know how soon these things will be announced to the community. We certainly announced a discussion of doing the pilot, and students have been working with this curriculum in a pilot form for the last several months. And so we've been working with this curriculum. So it's not a gigantic change for most of the students. But as we figure out what the schedules are going to look like and what each class is going to look like, because we're still figuring that out, we'll definitely send information out about those classes, and certainly they'll see it on their schedule once those changes get made to the integrated or middle school math versus what it is currently. And we'll also be talking to students that are coming in as they're coming in to do placement testing. We'll talk about what it looks like or what it will look like for next year. And we really won't have to say much about what it used to look like because they'll be new anyway. But that's something that we're kind of still in conversation with what that's going to look like as an announcement to those that are affected.
All right, so, and you're going to make, the math department will make that announcement, or will the administration?
I'm not sure that that's finalized yet, but we'll have conversations with administration, and then either the math department will send it out or the administration will send it out.
All right. All right. Any other questions, either about academics or anything about the math? All right, then we'll move on to the annual fund report. So that's Mr. Langseth. It's on page 56.
All right, so for annual fund, pull that up. We didn't have a specific meeting because we didn't have the dragon dinner, which we normally have. And so as we look at the annual fund, especially for those that are new, the biggest things with the annual fund are they run any of the events that happen. So in November, the Give to the Max is run by the annual fund, and then any of the other events. So there's the fall shoot that is also run by the AFC. So we didn't raise as much money as we normally do, just because we didn't have the Dragon Dinner. But certainly we raised as much as we would expect to in the other events that we had. And so we did have to reallocate some of the funds that were going to go towards busing because, well, those things didn't happen. So there was going to be some that was going towards helping for the bowling field trip as well as some other field trips. And so that got reallocated towards technology with Justin. And I guess I didn't check with Justin to see if there were any staff needs that he met with that. I know he sent out communication to staff that if there was anything that they needed for distance learning, but that's where the rest of that was allocated. And so, yeah, any questions on annual fund for the year?
I don't know if this is an annual fund question, but I think there were some folks that donated money instead of asking for refunds on student fees for sports. Do you know how much that came out to and how many people did that and what we're doing with that money?
I do not know how much money that ended up being. I don't know that it ended up being a significant amount of money. I think that mostly just ended up staying with whatever activity and whatever activity that was initially allotted for. And so that was up to advisors and whoever was in charge of those activities to make sure that those got spent in a way that was going to help that activity.
Okay. Yeah, I heard that it could have been as many as 60 students and families that might have donated that money back. I don't know that number, so it would have been nice to get a feel for what that amount might have been.
And then how would that money have been used if the activity didn't happen? Because the money, like all of the other activities, couldn't roll over any of their money. So where did that money go then?
So that was an email was sent out quite a while ago, at least a month, probably more like a month and a half ago, from Shannon Froberg, just telling activity leaders that they needed to spend the money towards things that were going to be beneficial towards their activities. And so I don't know how each individual activity chose to spend whatever money they had. Certainly sports could spend it on things like balls and nets and what other things that they might not spend every year. So yeah, it's hard to say. Certainly I know how robotics spent money because I was kind of in charge of that for the robotics piece, but I can't say for the individual activities how they would have spent their money.
And then I'm not sure if it applies or not, but a while back, I think end of May, I had sent an email to Ken and John with a couple of policy updates where for next year they were allowing the transfers of funds between specific accounts. And I was interested in whether or not that was applicable to student fund accounts, but I didn't hear anything back. Do you know anything about those updates? I wasn't able to get a real clear idea.
No, if you don't mind, I can speak directly to that. and I guess Steve, you could jump in too if you need to. Those funds, the fund transfer that you're talking about are for fiscal year only funds. So you could transfer a fund within the same fiscal year, but you can't transfer them across different fiscal years. Right now we're operating under fiscal year 20. So you can't carry anything over into fiscal year 21, but you could transfer funds from activities to the AFC if you wanted to, as long as there are no statutory requirements prohibiting you from doing that. So there is no carrying forward of those activities from one fiscal year to the other. Hence the direction from the activities director to all the groups, you know, basically spend it or lose it, because that's the way the financing works in government entities when you have a fiscal year. You don't get to carry it over. The only reason we've been able to do that in the past is because the surplus for the year was large enough so that we could cover that if the activity decided to spend it all. Well, this year, if we were to do that, that would put us, if everybody did that, or even a few groups decided to do that, that could put us into a deficit spending for the entire year. And I don't think we just don't want to go down that road.
But we did agree that the senior class party could continue to hold their funds, right? Until they had one in July or something.
That is the one group that we were going to carry over, and we do have the funds to, you know, if they spend it all, our current budget as adopted for next year could handle that, and we'd still be slightly in a surplus.
All right, thank you. We'll move on to communications, and that doesn't have a page number, but it's right after the AFC.
So for our communications, I think I'll just focus on our sort of year end, because our last meeting was sort of more focused on figuring out what still needed to be done and what was going on with that. A few of the things, if you look at the summary, there are some things that are delayed or not done yet. The culturally relevant events, I do have some of the last of my pieces of information, so I'll be sending that to Carrie. I was going to try at the end of last week, but a whole bunch of things piled up, so I'll get that probably by the end of this week. So some of the things that are ongoing, website updates and contents, Justin and Carrie team up on quite a bit of that. The one thing that I still have a bit of a question mark, and I think that Sherry must, because Sherry is the chair for this, she put this together. The activities, dividing up some of the responsibilities, reporting to communications committee is good. The Our School issues, those are also ongoing. So that one in its column really should say past due, as it hasn't been resolved. Partially, I know that there's a number of these. For example, Justin's past due, almost all of them are just because of redirect for COVID. So the automated chatbot, the BOD blog, the room reservation space and form, those are past due because he was helping us refocus on COVID, and because we weren't able, computer club didn't meet, so they weren't able to troubleshoot the screens. So a number of his that say are past due, it's not necessarily because he wasn't willing to work on them, but just we had to redirect what we were going on. So a couple of our sort of continuing things that we will need to look at is the global external communications guidelines really should be developed, you know, so that there's a consistent, you know, method and way and means. Video conferencing best practices, we had started this, but then Zoom and Google Meet already sort of preset a number of their things to address Zoom bombing and stuff like that. So we still want to put something together, especially for student expectations to start out the beginning of the year. That's definitely something to still do and to still go. And so really one of the big sort of ongoing and question mark things is Our School and getting it syncing properly with the calendar. Justin wasn't brought in on the Our School discussion prior to its adoption. And from our meetings, there was a chunk of the information that Our School wasn't giving to him. So that he wasn't able to to sync up a number of things. So there were some issues on our school's end, trying to get some of that working. So that's definitely going to be something that's past due and we'll need to definitely work on.
Well, I just have a question where it says, many of the issues brought to the communications committee would not be necessary if entities responsible for the issues resolve them in an efficient and timely manner. I don't understand what that is trying to say.
Well, for the issues, and I apologize because some of these have actually been going on for a couple of years, and I haven't been on this committee prior to the beginning of this year. But the incorrect information on the website, incorrect information about on the calendar and the activities information, that kind of communication being delayed or incorrect or kind of spotty. Sometimes people would receive an email, sometimes they would not. So those issues have been ongoing, and it was early on, to use the example of the calendars, at one of our earliest meetings in the fall, we wanted to target ways to make our school more accurate for what the information was. And we had talked about advisors being able to be admins on our school so that if you saw something incorrect or if you knew ahead of time that something was canceled, you could go in and manually make that change. But that didn't happen. We weren't made admins, but also sometimes being able to transmit information correctly to the community with regard to that online platform was still a little muddy. And so early on, we had requested some information and some changes, and those hadn't yet happened. And again, like I said, Justin is a total master. He's awesome at everything, but he needed specific things from our school and coordination with that he didn't receive. And so he wasn't able to troubleshoot a lot of things on his end because he wasn't getting things from our school. He wasn't receiving correct coordination with it. So he couldn't complete his end of the bargain to try to sync it up with the MSA information because he's being locked out of it a chunk of the time.
So has the committee figured out a way to make sure that this won't happen next year, or that Justin has the necessary information?
With our last discussion focused more on how to correct the current information on the website and to make sure that the activities had a way to convey that information, that there was going to be surveys sent out about the activities, about their meeting dates, and about teachers being able to change the activity website section so that it, correctly reflected what the activity did and included blurb. And then when we were looking at our school, from there, it was still glitchy and Justin still wasn't receiving all of his information. So that's why it's past due, but also ongoing. It should have been resolved by now. It just hasn't been.
I think given the fact that we're going to be relying on some form or factor of distance learning and our website and other electronic means of communication, that a priority, this has to be a priority in terms of getting accurate and full information out to families, students, about activities and everything else.
All right, any other comments or questions? All right, we'll move on to personnel then. Personnel didn't really have a last formal meeting except that they worked together to put the final committee update here. So there's quite a few things that still have to be done, but some of them just need one more meeting. So to complete the director's job description, we probably just need one more meeting to do that. To have an outline of the timetable for the director's evaluation, we probably just need kind of one more meeting for that. And then after that, we're going to kind of go through all of the directors and kind of model that evaluation process off of John's process. And then we want to make sure that we have a uniformity of the documents, that we ensure that they kind of all look the same. And then we're going to look at the hiring process to make sure that that's formalized as well. And then we'll be looking at the staff evaluation process, as we talked about in the workshop. The one thing that we did kind of accomplish was that self-evaluation form that at least the teachers were able to use this year to kind of figure out their their goals for next year. So we kind of have a little pieces that are left. So we kind of, you know, got hijacked because of a couple of different things, but you can see them in the meeting there or in the notes. Any questions? All right, thanks. So then we'll move on to finance.
Yeah, so finance met last Monday, and we went over the May financials. And we'll look at approving those later. But these will be probably the last financials we approve until August, just because we usually hold off on the June and July financials because we'll usually have an audit in July. And so that actually puts our next meeting not until August 17th, I believe. And although actually I think that should be August 10th. But we just kind of looked over and revenues were about where we could expect at this point. We did talk about professional development just because I think one of the issues is it wasn't clear when the date things should be submitted by where it was. And so the suggestion was just to say May 15th would be the date to make sure you submit any professional development requests, and just basically be May 15th every year. And that way it's enough time just to make sure that everything is balanced out and everything is covered that needs to be covered. And it gives staff that kind of day to look to make sure that things are submitted. Activities funds, we've already talked about that a little bit, how those are all being spent down, just to make sure that we're at zero for the next year. And we also did discuss the if we had donations or scholarships. Part of it is just if it's not directed towards a specific activity, if it is directed towards a specific activity, they're in charge of just making sure it gets spent towards that activity. Otherwise, it just gets basically used to balance the budget at the end. And so, so those are the things we discussed. Anything you want to add about the financials, Steve?
No, the pretty much notes said it. Excuse me, my throat's rough and allergies are kicking in. But no, May is tracking online. I think, like John said, we're tight, but we're going to make it. And we're hoping that the student activities, I know Shannon was pretty enthusiastic about making sure she does a lot of follow up on that. So.
And then can I just ask one thing? I know that the vast majority of PD requests by May 15th is definitely reasonable, but perhaps is there a way instead just to say that it's highly recommended? So for example, if there's a workshop where it's going to happen June 10th and they just haven't opened it up yet, so you would still have the workshop done and completed prior to the end of fiscal year, it's still legally allowed based on your contract. So just highly recommended, but not that it's a hard deadline, you know, that because like some of the AP institutes that are, you know, they were scrambling to try to decide what they could even do. So a whole bunch of them didn't even open up until a week and a half ago for registration. So just throwing it out there,
Yeah.
I highly recommend, but not.
So, well, I think so. First is, I mean, yes, this year's completely different just because of the situation. But we definitely need, in order to be covered in this budget, it has to be completed by June 30th. And so, so maybe needs to, I would say maybe we can change the wording to submit like a PD request. And in that request, it could be something that's still coming up. And just as long as you have if you know how much it costs, awesome, and include that with any documentation that you can. And I think that was kind of the idea, that not everything would be necessarily completed by May 15th. It's just the request is made, and so we know what to expect.
So then that would include somebody filling out the PD form, even if they weren't able to register for it on the 15th, maybe they can't register until the 28th, but you could still submit your PD form and register for it later.
Yes, I think that's the idea.
All right, is there a motion to approve the financials then?
I'll make the motion. This is Cody.
All right, is there a second?
This is Adam. I will second.
All right, thank you. So we'll vote on it. Lisa, I say yes. Jeff?
Yes.
Noah?
Yes.
Judy?
Yes.
Ramesh?
Yes.
Cody?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Michelle?
Yes.
Adam?
Yes.
All right, so the motion passes 9-0. Thank you. We'll go on to school expansion possibilities.
Yeah, just a very quick update. We did not have a meeting in May. We had previously talked in April saying that despite COVID and some of the challenges we're facing, that we would continue our discussions about expansion. Other than that, it'll be for the next person running the committee and other folks, perhaps even within the board of directors, to carry forward some of these questions and further planning.
All right, thank you. Then we're on to the policy end of the year update. Policy usually doesn't do an update like this, so I just added it at the end here. Go ahead, Michelle.
Definitely. So for the policy end of year updates, we've obviously done our annual updates for policy, introducing the different ones that are needed. We'll continue forward utilizing the same annual review cycle per month. So each of the required policy reviews are there. There's a couple of things still waiting. I was looking at the annual policy newsletter that was set out. And so in July, there are 3 policies that we still have to review. Also, I wanted to throw it out there, and I know this is for the next board, but there were 2 policies that had some new introduction. One of them is policy 535, and it is with regard to service animals. And I know we don't have any students currently who have service animals, but it's not outside the realm of possibility. And since they now have a more formalized policy that we could use as a template, I thought it might be a good idea. And then secondly, the student activities accounting policy that they have has had some revision. And so I think that one might be one that we might want to look at to add to our policy list. So I just kind of wanted to throw, and I'll put the policies as they have them from MSBA in the July packet. Not necessarily that we have to pass them like a consent agenda, but rather just to open up the discussion. Are these policies we want to have at MSA and be part of our legal obligation to the community, the students in the school?
All right, thank you. We'll move on to the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? All right, that was Michelle. Thank you. Is there a second?
This is Adam. I will second.
All right, thank you, Adam. All right, we'll vote on the consent agenda then. So Lisa, I say yes. Jeff?
Yes.
Noah?
Yes.
Judy?
Yes.
Ramesh? I didn't hear you, Ramesh. Did you say yes?
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, I heard you that time. Thank you. Sorry. All right, Cody?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Michelle?
Yes.
Adam?
Yes.
All right, so the motion passes 9-0. We'll move on to the director's goals then. So we started working on these during the workshop and we didn't quite finish. So John, what are the other elements that you would like to discuss from the goals? You're muted, John.
if everybody has their goals up from the workshop, I guess we could continue. We got through the first, the general goals, and we didn't get to the instructional and assessment. If you have that document up, I've kind of highlighted things I have questions on. Items under the instruction and assessment, item B, demonstrate improvements in interpersonal relationships. I guess what's the I guess I wasn't there when the board was discussing these. Could you elaborate on what that is, the meaning of demonstrate improvement, and what's that? What are you trying to get at on that? How do you, I guess, how do you measure that? What's the measuring that's going to be used to that result, or isn't there one?
I think the two questions from the survey would help to answer that. So the questions, the director facilitates an environment of inclusivity that celebrates MSA's diversity and values, and the MSA director treats all employees fairly.
Right. So I'm looking at B and C and D. I guess. So what's the measurement of that? Is that going to be like a goal of increasing by X%, or because I guess the question I have is a lot of the results are very they're not measurable, they're interpretations, and
well, I think
if we leave it up to interpretations.
I think it'll be based on the numbers that you suggested last year, that we would at least have a 67% of the people who would respond with a 2 or above. So those are the numbers that you suggested were like fair, equitable.
So when you say like in item B, it says demonstrate improvement in interpersonal relationships, what you're really saying or trying to state is demonstrate an improvement in the interpersonal relationships as measured in the 2019-2020 survey as compared to the 2020-21 survey. Is that what you're say, or?
For one of them, because one of the questions is on there, one of the other questions is a new question. So if you look at 2A, that's a new question. But 2B would be, yes, it's the question that's been on the survey for, I think this is the 3rd year that it's been on there.
Well, yeah, I'm at 1B. I'm not down to 2 yet.
I know, but some of these would be measured through the same elements. Like you wouldn't ask a question about every single one of these. Right? If the MSA director treats all employees fairly, then we could probably assume that interpersonal relationships are improving, if that number is improving.
So then, John, for B, I added that language as measured when comparing survey results between the 2 years. Does that kind of language seem like it would work?
Yeah, because then you actually have a benchmark of what you're comparing it to.
Oh.
Yes, that works. And you know, that would probably need to be included in item C, or you do an overall backup on item 1 when comparing survey results from 2019 to 2020 to the current year. All of these measures will show improvement or something to that effect. Or you can cut and paste and put them into all of them.
I have it up right now. I'll do it right now.
Okay.
Does that seem workable?
Yeah, I just want to have some kind of, what is the measuring stick right there? Before that, it was very vague. There actually wasn't one. And item number 2, the director and the board chair will conduct a culture and climate survey to the staff in December. The results, including comments. I would want to, if you're going to include comments, you need to specify that they're non-identifiable to a person. You could put the words including summary comments or something to that nature. You leave it there, then if you publish all the comments, you might be singling out a certain person or somebody that's identifiable, and I don't think you want to do that.
It will be at a closed meeting, so they won't be published.
Okay. I'm scrolling down. I don't know what page this is. It looks, there's not a page number on it. So this is under the human resources and personal management. At the bottom of the page, item 1, where it talks about ensure the assistant director goals are complete in a timely fashion. Item G, a plan to maintain the accuracy of all of these. What is these? A through F?
Yeah, I think that one probably needs to be moved down below, I think. I don't know. Does that make sense?
I don't know what that's why I have it highlighted. I don't know what you mean by that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were intending A through F. Would it make more sense to say a plan to maintain the accuracy of the above items, A through F?
And then when you say the accuracy of these, what do you mean by that statement?
The original intent, I think, was that that there's some sort of plan in place as to how to check in or make sure that somebody is responsible for maintaining the accuracy. Not that you yourself are doing so, but just in some way that you've got a general overarching plan to make sure that they're all accurate, because the accuracy of some of those was definitely a significant issue from family feedback throughout the course of the year. So having that maintenance and accuracy, or having it delegated so that we knew for sure that there was somebody at an endpoint that who would have their kind of their eyes on like just this one portion, so that we knew for sure across the board that they were accurate.
So are you talking about changes or updates in the handbook that would need to occur for the following year?
Yeah.
Assuming it's not something really egregious that we didn't catch when the board approved it.
Yeah, definitely. So for the staff handbook, the policy to maintaining the accuracy would, for example, be that you have regularly scheduled time period that this is when we're going to start the process to review the handbook for 2021, 2022. Okay. You know what I mean? Just so that there's a framework to make sure that the things are all getting done, and everybody who's supposed to get them done knows that they're supposed to get them done and when.
The word accuracy, I'm thinking more of the word like an update or enhancing or something to that. The accuracy to me can be interpreted a lot of, this word isn't spelled right. And I'm not saying that, everybody's going to read at it that way, but obviously we're not going to want to put anything that's not spelled right. But do we want to put that to reflect then those updates throughout the course of the year? Because we're going to publish something and we're going to find out there's going to need to be some updates. that, to me, an update doesn't necessarily equate to accuracy.
No, I guess I kind of read it a little differently, because maintaining the accuracy would mean that you were doing updates when something wasn't correct, or when something had changed from the state that we needed to change on our stuff. So I feel like maintaining accuracy is a turn of phrase to allow for changes that may need to happen over the course of the year.
Okay, what about if we put the accuracy including updates?
Oh,
then I'm going down to letter J. PBIS data indicates program success. What was, can you inform me more of what that is, what that's getting at?
I think and again, feel free, because as we were going through, this was kind of a drafting document in multiple stages. But I think the idea was that for PBIS, that our positive behavior intervention strategies, that they were continuing to show sort of success, because it's a data-driven, that the data is driven, and that's how we're acting and how we're working with our programs and policies, so that the data that we're using indicates that the program success, or just that so then if it's not indicating program success, then we look at what we're doing or how we're applying, so that we're still able to use PBIS, but we're not going to continue doing it in exactly the same way if it's not successful. So if there's areas that are showing a lack of improvement in that we've identified, like, oh, hey, at this time of day, it always seems like there's a big spike in this. What can we do to kind of figure out what's going on? And if it continues without any improvement, well, we then have to improve our PBIS. You know what I mean? To make sure that we're evaluating it for its actual effectiveness.
So, because sometimes PBIS data is going to identify things that we are not doing well. So one can argue, well, that's not successful, but yes, it is successful in that it's pointing out some things that we may be very uncomfortable with, and it may not be necessarily positive. So what if we rewrite that something to the effect of PBIS data is analyzed to promote or to direct professional development planning or something to that effect? Because that's what, then you're using that data to do something with your staff and ultimately with the students, so that it has a positive effect. Whether the data is positive or negative, it does matter, but it doesn't become something you ignore if it's negative, because we just want to look at good stuff because we want to make sure the program sticks around. Yeah, that's good. Let's see. So then letter K, coordinate with counselors to ensure tier 1, tier 2 program implement. Is that just a statement that's being done, or once again, can you elaborate a little on that?
I think the idea, if I remember correctly, is that with the PBIS data being analyzed for program success and guiding doing those things, part of that PBIS is also tier 1 and 2 program supports and implementation. Mm-hmm. And for the counselor's job description, as far as I can tell. So then the idea was that those J and K kind of work together because they both are sort of working towards the same larger goal of decreasing achievement gap, positive behavior intervention and support.
So is that, should I read something to the effect of coordinate with counselors to ensure the implementation and support are implemented or are conducted?
I don't know. I guess
Or is it just a matter of you want to make sure that it's coordinated and basically the two are working together?
yeah, and that for tier 1 and 2, because there was some questions and a little bit of uncertainty with regard to tier 1 and tier 2. And I think if the counselors are working in collaboration with a lot of that PBIS, it seemed like that was part of what their role was. So just kind of ensuring that part of their role is coordinating with the admin to make sure that those things are happening.
Okay. So then I'm going to switch over to the other column, the far right column in number 1. On the all respondents to the staff survey question. So my question about this, you have 2 different surveys listed. And the way this reads to me anyway, is you're going to have the same question on the 2 surveys, but you're only surveying the staff. So you're asking the same question twice to the same people.
Yeah, I think that number 2, oh shoot, hang on, I can.
Well, number 1 is a different indicator than number 2.
Yeah, I'm just looking at number 1. You have 2 different surveys, the December climate and you have the climate and culture survey, and then you also have the board evaluation survey. So you have 2 different surveys going out asking the same question to the same people.
Well, I think the idea is that the climate and the climate survey and the board evaluation survey would be one survey. So it'd just be on there once. So then you would be collecting some data for the climate survey, and the board would be collecting data for the other goals as well.
Okay, because the reason that confused me is I thought I read somewhere above where those surveys are basically that climate and culture survey is done with the board input, and then the board is also doing another survey.
No, they're 2 at the same time.
So those are 2 separate. So I understand that those are 2 separate surveys. The one that I do would be the climate survey, and the other one would be the one the board does, which would be the evaluation survey.
We put all the questions into one survey. Because why would we send 2 surveys out at the same time? So you would contribute your climate questions, and the board would contribute their evaluation questions.
So then that one survey gets sent out, and who collects that?
You and the board.
So basically what you're saying, the board chair and I would work on that survey to get it out. We'd both see the results or both be the owners or whatever.
And then they would be given to the board as well in the closed meeting.
All right, so I just want to make sure, because that's much different than, you know, the way it was done. So.
Right. Yep.
Well, then that clears up what I had in number 2, because that was basically the same question. It was about the 2 surveys being, so that's really one survey with all of that information in it. In number 3, where it says provide a monthly board of directors update to ensure compliance with the school's mission, vision, and values. What are you expecting to see in that?
Well, I know it's kind of not aligned, but if you look at the 3 leadership and then the 3 in the middle and then the 3 over there, they kind of go across. So you can see in 3A, it says building oversight, and then 3B, it says ensures all decisions align with the school's mission, vision, and values. So
Right.
For me, I would just be like, you could just say, hey, we made these decisions and these decisions aligned or supported the mission because of this, or they supported the vision because of that, so it would just be like you kind of explaining how those, some major decisions actually aligned with the mission and the vision.
So do you want major decisions or do you want all decisions?
Well, I don't think we're asking for every decision that you make, but I would think, some of them, and I suppose maybe the board could at that time could say like, hey, we don't think this one did align with the mission and vision. So can you explain your viewpoint of why it did or how it did?
So I guess that's why I question why in B, it says ensures all decisions align with, and then now you're saying just the major decisions. So
well, I would think that it would be pretty easy to make sure that all of your decisions align with that. I don't think that the board is asking you to actually tell us about every single decision that you made though. So I think the idea that you should make decisions based on that is one thing, but then there would be evidence of some of them, not every single one of them, to support that view.
So in item 3 on the far, on the right, I don't know, I'm getting a lot of echo from somewhere. So item 3 on the far right, it should be something to the effect of provide a monthly board of directors update of major decisions that ensure the compliance with school missions, visions, and values,
Sure.
or something to that effect.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, I don't hear any other talk, so I'm gonna assume everybody is agreeing, silence is golden sometimes, or silence is deafening. I guess it depends on your interpretation. Then that's the bottom of,
Document I made the change in the document as we're editing right now. Does that?
yeah, I see that as you do it, Michelle, that's good, that's fine. It's fine with me anyway. On the bottom of that page, then on the far right, I highlighted it kind of in rose colored because it says something about with parents and staff, and then on the far right, it's only a staff survey question. So I don't know there's a little incongruency there. I don't know if you want to put all respondents to staff and parent survey question, or if you want to go to the left side and eliminate with parents and just and add staff. But you know, in one hand, you're having parents and staff, and the other, you're only surveying the staff. So I don't know what your intention was.
So I think in the winter, we're only surveying the staff. And then at the end of the year, we would do the normal staff and parents community survey.
Then I can make it 2 different entries. Have this one be a number 1 for the December climate, and then have a number 2 for the end of year 1 that would have the parents. Would that make it more in line?
Yeah, you would want to have, I mean, I don't think you can leave it the way it is right now. It's something has to be added or subtracted.
That seem like it works?
Do we do a, okay. Yeah, I think that'll work. Yeah. I guess the other part of that, all on the left-hand side, I don't know if that was your intention or not, but it looks like you're very staff survey heavy. Not so much on the parents. I don't know if that was by design or, or not, but if that was the intent, that's fine. I just wanted to point that out, that there's not a lot of parent feedback. It's all staff related, which if that's that's the focus, that's fine.
I can, if it seems to make sense, I can have the same kind of thing below in the community section, since this one was a little bit more involved with the HR. But if we want to combine the parent and staff here, we definitely can. Whichever makes most.
I think that there were some issues that were more specific to staff than the parents when we looked at surveys before. So I think that's why it was developed that way.
Okay. The last question on there about, or comment, excuse me, on the director will receive adequate respondents to staff survey. The director shows ownership. I guess that's a fundamentally a lot of these are impressions. So I don't know if there's a better word than shows, but if you don't necessarily, if you're not seeing a particular action, how do you respond to that? I don't know if there's a better way to put that or not. It's a pretty subjective term.
I'm sure that, I mean, there's definitely possibility that there's some better words to convey the idea. I don't know, takes ownership or demonstrates ownership or communicates ownership. I don't know. What do you think? Hearing crickets. I'm trying to.
John, do you have a suggestion?
Well, I guess I was purposefully being quiet in case, giving an opportunity for those that haven't joined in the conversation to have opportunity to put in a word or two. But being that hasn't happened, yeah, I would probably put in the word demonstrates, because that's an action you can actually see.
Yeah, John, I think so. I'm just envisioning when you fill this out next year, I think with the word demonstrates, you'd be able to put a couple bullet points and say, here's where I demonstrated, right? So
Right.
I agree, shows is probably a little bit too weak or too passive, perhaps, and too open to interpretation. But I mean, I think it's hard to pin everything down, but you'd be able to put a couple bullet points where you demonstrated, right? Ownership.
Right. Yep. Then going down to the financial management, the part where it says collaborate with the expansion committee to revise the proposal, and then the board will receive quarterly updates on the process. So is that then my job for that committee to give those updates? I mean, this is a quarterly update, but if we have a committee, you're receiving monthly updates. So or am I going to be the committee chair for that? And then I'll just be giving you a monthly update. To me, I think it seems a little redundant to have a monthly update from the committee chair, and then I'm going to give you a quarterly update.
Which do you think would be a better option? Which do you think would be more preferred?
And I don't know if I can answer that because I don't know who's going to be on that committee. I don't want to take away somebody's, if that's the committee they really want to be on and drive that next year, I don't want to take that opportunity away from a board member. So I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, ultimately for the board, it's better to have updates monthly rather than quarterly, because then you're getting more timely updates.
All right, why don't we just change the last sentence to say the board will receive monthly updates on the progress from the committee. And then the committee can decide if it's going to be you or somebody else.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay.
In the legal and compliance management, number 2, all members of the IP 504 teams are informed of meetings changes to plans. I'm assuming you're talking about the actual IEP plan or the 504 plan. Okay.
Yes.
And then I'm reading through that, trying to remember where my train of thought was for the effective communication. I think it was just the word monitor. To me, the word monitor is just, okay, I'm just watching it. I'm overseeing it. I don't like the word monitor there, because how do you know if somebody's monitoring something or not? A more tangible one. Or maybe that's what the board wants. I don't know. I guess, is that what the board was after, that chain of communication is being followed by, administration, just to make sure that that's happening, monitor it.
I don't know. I feel like perhaps
It's enforced by, I think, the second sentence. The director will follow up with identified inconsistencies in this practice and resolve issues that may arise. If the director is not monitoring the chain of communications, then the director cannot follow up with the identified inconsistencies.
So can we combine that into one sentence?
that work? The other option would be to perhaps say ensure the chain of command is consistently followed by all administration. To do so, the director will, that you can do that. It's more wordy, but.
Yeah, that's fine. That'll work. The bottom of that one, the page on the survey question, I think it is, I know or can find the director's office hours. I mean, I can post stuff, but if somebody can't find it posted, then my survey is the results are gonna go down.
I think, John, this is Dan. I'm wondering, and I get your point. I think that makes sense. But one of the things with communication is making sure that that other side knows, right?
Right. Yep.
So I think posting it may not be sufficient. So you may actually have to do something to see, do people
Right.
know when your office hours are, even though you posted them? You know, do people know? Because if not, then there may be another way we need to do that, right?
Right.
I don't
Yep.
know. I don't know what the answer is, but. Because I would be disappointed too if I had posted them and come to find people don't know when my office hours are, right? But I think that was one of the things that people were commenting during the interviews we had earlier was they weren't clear or the best way or easiest way to connect with you.
And we did have a conversation about like, should we actually be posted on your door? But then we were like, okay, if we have distance learning, that's not going to solve that problem.
Right.
I don't know if there's like a spot even like on the website, if you just had like one little home page of your own where it really just had your office hours posted. So then just like we can go to all of the teachers' websites, the teachers could go to your little website that only had your office hours. But we also didn't want to say that was the only way to do it. So we wanted to leave it somewhat open to you to kind of figure out what would work best for you. And because of distance learning, there might be different options.
Okay, that way you may just have to leave it the way it is. I just have to figure out how I can make sure everybody understands when they are. Yeah. Going down then, item number 1, the board will be updated by November that the 2 PD listed above. What's the 2 PD listed above?
It's not actually above, it's in that middle category where it says attend at least one professional development area, et cetera. And then it says attend at least one professional development area. So there's 2 different ones listed in the professional development goal. So the result is you plan to go, like tell the board that you're going to those 2. So I guess it's not above, but next to it. Or
so that are listed in the personal development goal section. Sure. For this. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Just a point so you are understanding the Max Regional Director meetings where it says director updates. I'm assuming those 2 are supposed to go hand in hand. Director updates include examples of how the new skills and knowledge gained. The Max updates are not instructional that way. They're for information. So that goal doesn't align with what happens at the Max Regional Director meeting.
So can we just say that you attend them? Does anybody need more than the fact that he attended them to be there?
Well, you could put, the director attends and includes major updates in monthly board information or something like that.
All right, that sounds good.
I consider.
Sorry, we're almost done.
Oh no, would it make sense to say that director update? Do you wanted me to say like the director's update to the BOD? So like your actual director's update?
I would say something, you want to do that in the monthly director report, that's what it is. Any major information will be included or something to that. Okay, then I guess the last one, there's 2 items about the MSA PTO, but there's nothing on the far left-hand side about that. I don't know if that was, if that got cut out or if that was not supposed to be there.
I don't think all of the personal development goals were necessarily aligned with organizational goals. So there could be some organizational goals that also had personal development goals, but some of them were exclusive of each other.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry I took that. I know that took a little while to get through, but those were my questions. I understand it much better now.
And then the last one that I wasn't sure about, we had talked about it last meeting and we ran out of time. So I wasn't sure, but we had talked about the idea of establishing relationships with neighboring school districts, especially as we're looking at fall 2020 planning and some of those kinds of things. And it's more of just of using the information and the contacts, but I don't know if it's measurable or not really. Like it either is sort of like it is or is not. So I don't know. So that's why I have it highlighted here, because I don't know if it works here or not. I mean, we do have a number of schools that we co-op with for our extracurriculars, which is great. And it gives the students and the advisors a lot of new opportunities just to work with different schools. And I have found that that's always, pretty cool.
Right.
But I didn't know if this was a spot for it. I don't know, but I left it there just in case. But
Oh, I think you leave that in there because when we add sports, we're basically doing that with co-ops at this point in time, and those relationships that we've developed are very very important. So I think that's important to do. So I think you just leave that in there.
and so then
Or I don't know if you necessarily have to say, you might want to put maintaining as well, because some of those relationships, I mean, obviously we don't want to go out and start adding sports just to, or other activities just to develop relationships. But there are other networking ways to do that.
Definitely. So then in terms of making it measurable so that you can say, yes, this is achieved, how would it be a board update if you have new information or new collaboration? I'm just trying to figure out how to make it a quantifiable, measurable thing.
Yeah, I would say something to the effect that when a new relationship is developed or a new agreement is made, the board is aware of it, or it is given information as to what the relationship is, or is something to that effect, so that it's not like the board, if it's an activity, a state high school league activity, the board has to approve that anyway. But let's just use the example of we want our academic team, we don't have enough for a math league team, and we want to co-op or join forces with the neighboring charter school, or maybe even a homeschool, so that we can field a team. That would be something I think the board would probably want to be aware of.
So then, just to make sure I'm not hemming you in terms of requiring specific things, can we just say that the director's report to the BOD will include updates as needed? So then just if there happens to be one, then you but
yeah, because that's probably not going to happen on a monthly basis.
All right. Well, it took us a few meetings to get through all of that. So, all right. Are there any other questions or comments that anyone wants to make about the director, the professional development plan, or the goals? All right, is there a motion to approve the development plan?
I will motion.
That's Michelle. Is there a second?
This is Adam. Oh, go ahead, Noah.
This is Noah.
All right, thank you. So then we'll vote on it. So Lisa, I say yes. Jeff,
Yes.
Noah,
Yes.
Judy,
Yes.
Ramesh.
Yes.
Okay, Cody,
Yes.
Dan,
Yes.
Michelle,
Yes.
and Adam.
Yes.
All right, good. All right, so we'll move on. So then I would like to make the motion to approve the seating of the new members. So that's Lisa. Is there a second?
Second, this is Jeff.
That was Jeff. All right, so we'll vote then. So, well, there's no discussion, right? Okay, all right, Lisa, I say yes. Jeff,
Yes.
Noah,
Yes.
Judy,
Yes.
Ramesh,
Yes.
Cody,
Yes.
Dan,
Yes.
Michelle,
Yes.
Adam.
Yes.
All right, and so the motion passes 9-0. So then I am going to leave and Jeff is going to take over as the temporary chair. So thank you.
Okay.
Lisa.
Thank you.
Woo. Okay, I am going to administer the oath of office. I'm going to go ahead and start that by reading the first couple paragraphs, and then I'll let you know when to repeat after me. So it is an honor that you were elected to guide the education of our community's children. As you recite the oath of office, you assume a tremendous responsibility as a director of the Math and Science Academy with the duties empowered by the Minnesota legislature. This power puts you and the other members of the board of directors in the position of being both morally and legally responsible for the equitable, quality education of every student in the Math and Science Academy. In carrying out this responsibility, you will be asked to fulfill the roles of vision, structure, accountability, and advocacy. In providing vision, the board, with extensive participation of the community, envisions the community's educational future and then formulates the goals, defines the outcomes, and sets the course for the public schools. To achieve the vision, the board of directors establishes a structure and creates an environment designed to ensure all students have the opportunity to attain their maximum potential through a sound organizational framework. Because as a board of directors, we must be accountable to the community. We must ensure continuous assessment of student achievement and all conditions affecting the education of our children. As members of the board of directors, we serve as education's key advocate on behalf of students and our community to enhance the vision for our school. Furthermore, we must strive to work together with the director and staff to lead the Math and Science Academy toward fulfilling the vision we have created, and in fostering excellence for every student in the areas of academic skills and knowledge, citizenship, and personal development. So for those of you who are joining the board, please repeat after me. Why don't you take yourself off mute? Hopefully that won't cause too much feedback. It's only really about 3 sentences. Okay, please repeat after me. By signing this document,
Signing this document,
I accept appointment to the Math and Science Academy's Board of Directors.
I accept appointment to the Math and Science Academy's Board of Directors.
And I hereby publicly affirm my commitment to the oath of office.
And I hereby
publicly affirm my commitment to the oath of office.
I swear and affirm that I will support the constitutions of the United States.
I swear
that I will
support the Constitution of the United States
and of the state of Minnesota.
and of the state
of the state of Minnesota.
And that I will discharge faithfully
And that I will discharge faithfully
my duties as a member of the Math and Science Academy's Board of Directors
my duties as a member of the Math and Science Academy's Board of Directors
to the best of my judgment and ability.
to the best of my judgment and ability.
Well, thank you. So welcome Jennifer, Maggie, and Annie. Thank you. So as my last role and obligation on this board, I will now entertain a motion to accept my resignation from this board, given the fact that my two kids, Charlie and Keegan, were both seniors and graduated, so I'm no longer eligible.
We will miss you, Jeff, but I can so move based on
Nope.
procedures. Yeah.
Don't worry, I won't take offense to the fact that you jumped right at that.
All right.
So Dan made the motion. Any second?
This is Adam. I will second.
Adam seconds the motion. No discussion. So let's go ahead and take a vote. I may have to go by the folks that I see on the screen because I don't have the list that Lisa has. So Judy,
Yes.
Adam,
Yes.
Michelle,
Yes.
Maggie,
Yes.
Jennifer,
Yes.
Cody,
Yes.
Dan,
Yes.
and Annie.
Yes.
I believe, did I cover everyone? I did not do myself. Yes, this is Jeff. Well, thank you, everyone. Enjoy your time on the board and good luck with the next school year of 2020-21. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Jeff.
All right, my friends, it's my turn. So here we go. It is time to appoint the new parent member to fill the spot that was just vacated by Jeff. So we have the candidates. Good heavens. We have 5 candidates, am I right? Okay. And we discussed during the workshop, voting for the candidates. There's 8 of us to do that. We will vote for the candidates, and then if there is no majority after the first vote, then we will take the top 2 and vote between those, and whoever has the majority will be the appointed parent member. Okay? We also have to do this by roll call or publicly so that we know who has voted for whom. So we will start, let's see, let me just make sure I can't, now I'm disorganized. So our candidates are Jennifer Bartle, Eric Fair, Rob Kruger, Girish Jorapuktar, and Heather Crisco. Do I have them all correct?
No, I'm already on the board.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I was looking, good heavens, strike that. So who's my 5th? We have Garish, Heather, Eric, Rob, and
Reg Secar.
And that's 5.
Yep, Reg
Reg.
Secar.
Okay. Thank you. I think 3 things is too much for me to handle. All right. So for parent member, I think let's do it this way. Eric, Heather, Girish, Rob, and give me the name of number 5 again. Sorry. Reg
Secar.
Okay. So I'm just going to go down the list, and can we raise hand? I can see everybody. Can we raise hands and I'll count votes for each person? How does that sound? Yes.
Judy, do we give them a chance to say anything, or do you want?
They submitted their statements. I mean, I'm happy to listen if they want to offer anything to the board.
I don't know. I think it's better than, I know we're pressed for time because we spent some time earlier, but it'd be nice to hear from their own words, maybe just 30 seconds.
Sure.
Maybe.
Sure. So I'll just go down the list in the order that I wrote them. So Eric, if you wanted to just say a few words.
Certainly. Thanks,
Hi,
Dan,
Eric.
thank you. Hello, everyone. Nice to virtually meet you. I will make this very, very quick because, yes, this has been a marathon board meeting, but it's been fascinating to be able to listen in. The first thing I want to say is the one thing I will remember from this time tonight is Michelle's comment that Justin is a master of everything with no caveats whatsoever. So I know where to go if I have any questions. A lot of you have seen what I wrote already, so I don't need to go through that quite a bit, but I love learning, and I love influencing new learners, and I love the idea of applying knowledge. So not just getting knowledge, but actually how can that knowledge be used in the way that is better for the world around us. And this is not just a 5-year thing, it's a generational thing where 10, 20, 30 years from now, I want Math and Science Academy to still be thriving and to be creating students that love the world around them, love the people that they are serving in a way that applies the things that they have learned in a positive way. And I will do that through my role on the board. That's all.
Thank you, Eric. All right, Heather. Hello.
Hi, and I do have to apologize. My video is not actually going on right now, so I was trying to get in on my phone as well. But I'm interested in being on the board, and I have been involved in different things at MSA, and will continue to do so because I do think that it's really important for us to be able to provide the best experience we can for the students and the staff and our community itself. And I just appreciate you guys considering me for a position on the board. And I look forward to working with many of you, whether it be with my students or on committees, things like that. So thank you for this opportunity to talk with you. And that's it.
All right, thanks, Heather. Girish, would you like to say a few words?
Sure, yes. Hi, my name is Girish Zorapurkar. I'm a MSA parent and I have 2 daughters. First one is in MSA going to 7th grade next year. Second one is in Valley Crossing going to 1st grade next year. I've been in Woodbury for the last 10 years. I've been taking active interest in volunteering and participating in the community. I've been on kind of different committees and task force at the school district as well as at the city level in commissions and at the Washington County task forces. Mainly I'm passionate about serving my community, especially to provide ideas and insights, but also sometimes to put efforts and solve problems. And I think I feel fortunate that my daughter got selected to MSA last year. And I think I will do everything I can to enable MSA community, staff, and students to reach their goals. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Girish. Rob.
Yeah, similar to Girish, I was ecstatic that we won the lottery back when my first son was able to get into MSA. And so we've had 3 students go through the middle school and had a senior or had a graduate, have one that transferred and one now that's a 10th grader. And so I'm a math professor, as it says, many years of experience working with distance learning and curriculums and technology for distance learning. And so I think this is just the perfect time for me to be able to step in and give back to what has given so much to my family.
All right, thanks, Rob. And I don't think Reg is on. Reg, are you here? Okay, but we do have his statement of interest in our materials, and that is on page 90. All right. Any questions from any of the board members before we vote? Okay. All right, so I guess we'll begin with Eric. Vote for Eric. Raise your hand. Okay, I see 3. Okay, vote for Heather. Raise your hand. I see 2. Vote for Girish. Raise your hand. Okay, I see 1. Vote for Rob. Raise your hand. 2. And for Reg, raise your hand. Okay. Okay, I have 8. So I have 3 for Eric, 2 for Heather, 1 for Garish, 2 for Rob, and 0 for Reg. We don't have a majority, which would have to be 5, if I'm doing math correctly. So we have, it'll have to be then between Eric, Heather, and Rob as our top vote getters. Does that make sense? Am I doing this right? Okay.
I'm feeling very awkward right now.
I apologize for the awkwardness of this whole process. We used to do it by folded ballot, and we can't do it that way because of this.
I can handle it. It was just a joke.
Okay.
Nonetheless.
All righty. Round 2. Vote for Eric. Raise your hand. 3. Vote for Heather. Raise your hand. 2. And a vote for Rob. Raise your hand. Oh my God. 3. Okay. Another runoff, right? Because we have 3, 2, and 3.
So what are you going to do if it's 4-4?
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Just got to have an odd number of votes.
The math does not compute.
We could arm wrestle virtually.
I don't know.
Let's find out.
At that point, you could always, postpone the appointment till the next week. You're not mandated to have a board of 9. I mean, I'm giving you an out in case that happens. You can postpone that appointment for the next month. That is not mandatory to have 9 members.
Okay.
You have the minimum 5, and you have a member from each 3 categories. So you're a legitimate board no matter what.
Right.
You know, I think one of the things I'll just say from my perspective, being on different boards and being a chair of different boards, one of the things that I always try to do is maybe take a second, and I'd be okay with waiting for a month, because looking at how the board is comprised, what's the right flavor that you want to have on the board that brings something new or brings something different or brings something that can spur some healthy debate or ask the questions that maybe haven't been asked, but do it from a standpoint where it's a new flavor, in the stew of the board. Maybe there's a chance for you guys to talk about that internally without us being present, to figure out where that best fit would be and then move forward. Because that way you can have an aligned vote as well as a board internally.
Those are good points. It's up to the board. What do you guys want to do? Do you want to continue to vote? Do you want to defer it for next month?
Let's do another round of voting and see where we land.
I agree because we are also.
I'm just going to close my eyes.
I agree. I think we should just vote.
Okay. All right. Round 3.
Who all do we have this time?
It's between Eric and Rob.
Okay, so there's 2 people. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. So votes for Eric. Oh, for God's sakes. And a vote
This is
for
called
Rob.
4-4, folks.
Wait.
The other thing you can do is have us get off, and you could, and you could talk about it, and then just tell us
We can
later.
put them in the holding room. I think you can, right?
I can. Hold on just a minute, though. I
Sure.
might have shown. I need the last vote for Rob. I thought I saw 5, but then that. Oh no, I guess
that was my.
Never mind.
Moving, sorry.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna pop you guys in the waiting room real quick, and then. Whoops. Yep. Hold on. And we'll get you back in. All right. Okay. What do we want to do? Make your case.
This one is really tough. Both of these individuals have excellent skill sets and skill sets that would be so great for the board. And so that is a really, really tough decision. Myself, and again, splitting hairs because I know they're both amazing. But I would say I would lean towards Rob, especially as an individual who is in the university world and in the math world. So then as we go through and we are looking at math curriculum that we're working with, we are looking at PSEO, AP, those types of things, and we're a college prep curriculum. So from that perspective, I kind of see how that experience would be really helpful to kind of see from the other end of our college prep curriculum, is it working?
I'd like to add on to that that he mentioned that having experience teaching distantly, and that is a theme lately. So that experience would, I think, be very valuable for us as well. I know we got that from Jeff, and so I'd hate to lose that. So if we can get it from someone, especially who works with math curriculum, that might be very beneficial for us.
Yeah, I don't know, Rob. I think that's a very good point, and he could be fantastic. It sounds like, and I agree with you, Michelle. We probably have two very good candidates here. I do know Eric. I've known him for a number of years, and so I can, for what it's worth, I can vouch for him as well, saying he would make a fantastic, board member as well with his experience, both mainly from the corporate world, but he sat on a number of boards, and I know just when he reached out to me, saying it wouldn't make sense to join, I encouraged him to give it a try, even though I knew there was a lot of people that were vying for this spot, because I know he would make a great asset to our team. So, but again, I don't know Rob, but I do know Eric, so that's why I'm a little bit stuck right now with my hand keep going up for Eric.
Mm-hmm.
They both have students that are in, or so I apologize, I misread Rob's, but both have young students in the school. So even though I think this term would just be for a 1-year appointment, is that correct? Both of them have potential to run for re-election when this 1 year is up. I think both would have vested interest. I don't want to compare students, but I think that Eric's student is younger, if I'm reading the descriptions correctly. So there'd be a longer chance for investment.
One's coming in next year and one is already there. 8th or 9th grade is Ellie. And the other one's coming into 6th grade next year, if I'm correct.
And I think Rob only has a 9th grader going into 10th, I believe. So, but again, it's a 1-year position. And I think I will probably switch my vote to Rob just because of the 1-year term and the distant learning and being a math teacher. So I feel I did vote for Eric before, but I think I will switch my vote just to let you know. That would put it at 5. I don't know if anyone else would, but the other thing is we have participants in here who aren't on the board anymore. I mean, so I don't know if that's uncomfortable to anybody. Like we still have a few people that were running for the board.
I believe Heather just left, so I think we're now back to everybody that should be here.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Who's this LA's iPhone?
Yeah, that makes me nervous.
That's our board recorder.
Oh, okay. No, yeah, she's our recorder.
Yeah. Perfect.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's do another vote because I feel like maybe we'll have it. So those for Eric and those for Rob. Okay. It is Rob. I will invite them both back in. All right. Rob and Eric, you're back. And we had a brief discussion and And we had another vote, and by a vote of 5-3, Rob, congratulations. You are the new parent member to finish out the term of Jeff Eng for a single year. Eric, it was close.
Yeah, cool. Awesome.
Good and qualified candidate. There'll be another opening next year.
Don't go away, Eric.
All right.
I appreciate your interest in serving on the board. Thank you for sitting through
Thank you all. Have a
our
great
meeting tonight.
Thank you. Yeah.
Bye-bye.
All right, so Rob, then I'm going to go ahead and administer the oath to you.
I can't find where I follow along with that. Is that on one of the 150 pages?
No.
I just, okay. I will do my best to listen and regurgitate.
I'll walk you through it.
Sounds
All right. The preamble, you were here when the preamble was read by Jeff?
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to skip to the chase. By signing this document, which you will sign, I accept appointment to the Math and Science Academy's Board of Directors, and I hereby publicly affirm my commitment to the oath of office. If you would raise your hand, please. Where are you? There you are. I swear or affirm.
I swear or affirm.
That I will support the constitutions of the United States.
That I will support the constitutions of the United States.
And of the state of Minnesota.
And of the state of Minnesota.
And that I will discharge faithfully my duties.
And I will discharge faithfully my duties.
As a member of the Math and Science Academy's Board of Directors.
As a member of Math and Science Academy's Board of Directors.
To the best of my judgment and ability.
To the best of my judgment and abilities.
Wonderful. And we'll have this for you to sign whenever we're in person again. We'll get that.
Sounds
to you.
good.
All right. So we are now a board of 9. We will move on. All right. The next thing on the agenda is to elect the chair, vice chair, treasurer, and secretary. So we elect them in that order. There were 3 people who self-nominated for positions of the chair. They are Annie, myself, and Dan. Okay. Are there any nominations for the chair?
I will nominate Annie.
Okay. She's been nominated. So are there any other nominations for chair aside from myself, Annie, and Mr. Ellingson?
Oh, sorry, I didn't know if we had to like reiterate.
No,
Sorry.
that's okay. Okay, hearing no other nominations. We will vote. And I think we'll just do it. We'll do it the same way again, raising hands. Okay. All right. So all those in favor of Annie, raise your hand.
Sorry, Judy, real quick.
What?
Are we voting?
Okay, never
for
mind, stop.
Sorry, I had to get off mute. Are we voting for ourselves or are we not? How does it work?
You can vote for yourself.
You can? Okay.
Yeah.
We have such a small board. Yeah, fine. That's fine.
Would you?
No,
why?
no, I'm just saying last time we did 20 minutes on one vote, right? So that's okay. I think that's how you got to do it. So.
Yeah. Okay. All those for Annie, raise your hand. 4. All those for Judy, raise your hand. 2. All those for Dan, raise your hand. 2. Oh my God. Do we want a majority or are we good with the 4?
I don't want anybody to be denied, but I don't know how you.
I don't know how you do it either.
Shouldn't there be 9 votes?
Yeah, Judy, you
yeah.
didn't vote.
Oh, I didn't vote. Whoops. I vote for myself, darn it. Okay.
So now we run off the top 2.
Yeah, okay. All right, so it's between Annie and me.
And it can't be even.
No, thank God.
Unless
Okay.
somebody doesn't vote.
Thank God we get the math. And thank God we replaced Noah with another math guy, because otherwise this would never work. All right, so all those for Annie? Okay, all those for Judy? 3, 4, okay, seriously. Annie, congratulations. All right, take it away, Annie.
All right. Thank you so much. I'm very honored. Okay, so we have then for vice chair. Now I was under the assumption that we put it in somebody, I think Dan, I don't know who's got their mute on, and I don't have oval global powers to turn it off. So do we go in order of what number 1 was, if the vice chairs, or do I go between Dan and Judy? So that was the one thing I thought, if it was number 1, that's what I would vote for. So how, because I noticed you put everyone in.
It can't be me. It has to be Dan.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought you had yours also there. Okay. Oh, that's right. It can't be.
Well, it can't. If a teacher's
That's right.
chair, then a
Okay.
non-teacher has
Correct.
to be. Yeah.
Correct. That's right.
So
So Dan Arrington has indicated he is interested in vice chair. And would anyone like to motion, take a first motion for that? Do we have a motion for Dan Ellington as the vice chair?
I'll motion. This is Cody.
Well, he's self-nominated. So he'd be the only one left, the only candidate left.
So do we just have to vote then?
Yes, we do. So we'll do a roll call on that then. So we'll go ahead and start. I'll start with the order here. So that is Judy. Is that a yes? Yes. Can I get that verbally? Okay, thank you, Judy. And then we have Cody.
Yes.
Yes. We have Dan.
Yes.
Michelle.
Yes.
Adam.
Yes.
New parent elect Rob.
Yes.
Maggie.
Yes.
And Jennifer.
Yes.
All right. That is 9-0. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. So now coming up next here, we have treasurer. Will and the only one I had for treasurer was Cody that I had written down. Will someone make the motion to approve Cody as treasurer?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Dan can second.
All right, let's do a roll call of that then. Do I hear a yes from Judy?
Yes.
Cody?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Michelle?
Yes.
Adam?
Yes.
And we have Rob?
Yes. Sorry.
Thank you. I know it's this distancing. Maggie?
Yes.
And Jennifer?
Yes.
All right, that's 9-0. Very nice. All right, for secretary, we have two different, I guess we'll go ahead and raise hands. I think Judy showed that was a nice, effective way. We have two that have put their names in for secretary. That would be Maggie Burgraff and Michelle Kurkowski. So would somebody, let's go ahead. We'll just do the vote then. Let's go ahead and raise our hand for Maggie. Okay, we have Judy, Adam, and that was, okay, so 3. And then could we also have a hand raised for Michelle?
Cody raised his hand.
Beg your pardon?
I voted too. I think I put my hand on.
Oh, okay, so
at the
that
wrong
was
time.
Judy. Could we have a raise a hand again? Thank you so much. That's Judy, Adam, Cody, and Maggie. Thank you so much. And then we have a hand raise for Michelle. That is Annie, Rob, Dan, Michelle, and Jennifer. All right. So that's a majority for Michelle for secretary. Congratulations to all of us. Okay, I have the next item here for the approval of the official newspaper for legal publications. And John, I guess you were to talk about this a little bit more and explain it. Would you just explain it and I'll make a motion to approve it?
Historically, this has been the Woodbury Bulletin. However, the Woodbury Bulletin is no longer in existence. So the board needs to approve a new school, official school paper to put our legal publications in. So you have basically the entire, whatever newspapers that are available to designate as the official school newspaper. Probably the most likely candidate would be the St. Paul Pioneer Press, or if you want an alternative, Minneapolis Star and Tribune. However, the St. Paul Pioneer Press probably has a much larger coverage in the Woodbury area.
Does anyone have any questions about that? So you're stating that the St. Paul Pioneer Press would probably be the approved official newspaper then, John? That's what.
Well, that would be the one that would make the most sense to do and probably cover the most families, yes.
Does anyone have any questions about that before I motion?
I just think that makes sense because they have a neighborhood section that talks about Woodbury things often. So I think that's a good choice.
All right. Okay, I'll motion. Would somebody like to motion to approve this as the St. Paul Pioneer Press as the newspaper, legal newspaper?
This is Cody. I'll make the motion to approve the St. Paul Pioneer Press as our official newspaper.
Thank you, Cody. Somebody like to second that?
This is Rob. I can second that.
Thank you. Now, someone help me. Do I do a roll vote on this? Okay, so I'd like to roll call vote on this. I know distant learning is so fun. Let me grab my paper. Do I get a yes from Judy?
Yes.
Cody, do I get a yes from Cody?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes from Dan?
Yes.
Yes from Michelle?
Yes.
Adam, is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Rob, is that a yes?
Yes.
Maggie, would that be a yes?
Yes.
Jennifer, would that be a yes?
Yes.
Okay, and that is a yes for me. That is a 9-0 yes for the Pioneer Press, the St. Paul Press for our legal. Very nice. Okay. All right. Now I'm working into F. Now we have to get people on to Board of Directors committees. So hopefully everyone had a chance to read just little basic descriptions and how much time there is. I will go through F first, and then we'll get into G. So for academics, who would like to be on academics for that committee? That's Rob. Rob's for academics. Jennifer. Okay. And then Michelle. Very nice. Communications. Who would like to be the board liaison for communications? Maggie? Who would like to be the board committee liaison for finance? Cody? Who would like to be the board liaison for the annual fund? Well, Adam, okay. Who would like to be the board liaison for the school expansion possibilities? Dan? Who would like
Jennifer as well. Sorry, Jennifer, did you raise your hand?
Yeah, can I do two or I'm?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, in fact, I'll probably be part of the annual fund also because the AFC, especially with points of fundraising, I was pretty good at that. And so even though Adam's there, you are more than willing, as long as we don't have a quorum, as long as there's not more than 4 or above on a committee, we can be on multiple.
Okay.
Personnel, I know I'd like to be on that. Would anyone else like to be on personnel? Okay. All right, so I'd like to vote on all these approved, to vote on these to approve. Is there a motion to approve these representatives?
I can move. This is Dan.
All right. Does anyone
This is
have a second?
Maggie. I can second.
All right. And then we'll do a roll call. Now, I actually got a battery symbol that my battery's low, so hold on here.
And then
Like,
Judy,
oh,
I just
no.
want to double check. Are you still taking notes right now? Because I don't have the format.
I'm not, but Aya is. So I will I'll finish these minutes, getting the notes from Aya and submit them, and then you and I can connect and figure out how to move on. Good?
Yeah, if this is I can send it to both of you and then you can figure out how to coordinate.
Perfect.
Yeah, you guys keep talking. I'm going to plug my computer in real quick if you don't mind. This went on a little longer than I thought. Let me do that real quick.
Yeah, my earphones ran out of batteries. So.
Yeah. This is actually my Mac, but I think Zoom, you know what my experience from teaching was, Zoom uses a lot of battery. I don't know why. Okay, great.
Where are the descriptions of these committees and what I just signed up for? That I didn't see.
They were in the board packet, I believe, that came out in
Anybody idea which page?
They were paid.
I didn't see that page.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm fine with doing academics. I'm just curious for these other ones later here.
Right. I don't know, the printed one I have in front of me. Does somebody have that? I know I saw it within the.
Or middle and behind the finance, in front of the finance.
I know. I think it was in last month's one. I don't.
Oh, then I didn't see it.
When I looked, I just looked on the website under each committee and it had the descriptions because I didn't get anything either.
But we had in the notes, and you should have access now, a little description about how much per week or month. And I think that would be useful to read through.
I have a question about quorums and the academics committee because I'm a department head, so I already have to go. Does that change because it's academics, or do I need to talk to my department and like Judy and I can't do it then, or how does that work?
Could you speak to that? Michelle, could you speak to that, just because Lisa and you were kind of in that same situation, I believe, last year, right?
Yeah, so what we ended up doing is kind of splitting it. Lisa was on academics and I was not. And then I did some of the other things based on chairs being present amongst us. Annie, are you the chair?
Yes.
And then Maggie, are you the chair?
Of the academics committee?
Of the English department.
No,
I'm the department head. Yeah.
Yes, and I'm not the department head of science. Sherry Howe is.
Okay. Because that was a little bit where we were looking at quorum stuff is just some of that overlap. So of the individual participants, I would say probably for now, one English. You can also alternate meetings, I suppose,
Oh, I was just wondering, like, if I'm there and if you're there, and you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
and
so
other
do you
parent
usually go
members
to the
come, which is great. How does that work?
Well, I think one of the key things is for the committee itself, others can attend meetings. Like I attended a couple meetings, like when they were, I attended a meeting, for example, when they were doing the Give to the Max grants in case they had any questions about the grant that I wrote, but I wasn't a regular member. And so as a non-regular member, I also wouldn't vote on any measures that they had or anything like that within the committee. So that was kind of outside of what the quorum would be. But we definitely have to look at the board members that are on it.
Yeah, I think we have to be careful with.
Well, that was just my thought.
So
Which, I mean, the more people, the better. But so okay.
I'm just going to put in a point of order here. You would not be able to have 5 board members at that meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whether they participate or not is immaterial. You can only have 4.
Okay.
That was my understanding also, John.
Yeah.
And I think there was fewer than 4 that were members. So it's okay for me to be in the meeting, but you still have to be like, you're in the room. But I wasn't a voting member, just as a clarification.
Okay, well, can we get a do-over? Because on this voting on all the approved F committees. So I'm sorry, I don't think I actually took a roll call vote. So Dan, we'll just do it again. Can I have a motion to approve? I think Dan, you approved the first
Yeah,
time.
I made a motion that as you mentioned.
Yes, and the second motion was, who was that again? Was that?
I did. Maggie
Thank
seconded.
you, Maggie. All right. So let's vote. Get this here. All right. Judy, is that a yes?
Yes.
Cody, is that a yes?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Michelle?
Yes.
Adam?
Yes.
And we have Rob?
Yes.
Maggie?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
And Annie also. So that's 9-0. Very good. All right. And now we have another set of committees. And these again aren't, as you read from the descriptions, they're not the same. They don't meet as often. So I'd like to know if anyone was interested in being the board liaison for public safety.
Building safety.
Oh, building safety. I know, I think I'm hearing all these. Yes. Thank you, Judy. And for policy? Yeah, Michelle, anyone else? Jennifer? Okay. Technology? Dan?
And Adam as well.
Adam? Yep. Thanks, Adam. I know you kind of set up with Justin on some of these. I'm glad to see that. Building company? Cody? Is there anybody else? All right. Can I have a motion to have these the people who signed up for these on these committees, please?
Can I double check who said that they wanted to do building safety?
Yes, that was Judy.
Okay.
Yes. All right. May I have a motion?
This is Adam. So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Maggie, I second.
Okay. And we'll take a roll call vote. All right. Judy, is that a yes? Or
Yes.
thank you. Cody?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Michelle?
Yes.
Adam?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Maggie?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
And that's Annie, yes. So that's a 9-0. Very nice. All right, we have our committees established. That's fantastic. Are there any new committees or subcommittees that somebody would like to motion or present to the board at this time? Okay, so then we don't even have to motion on that if I'm correct. Is that right? All right, nothing new there. So we're going to set the meeting dates for next year's Board of Directors meetings. And you could see in J, these were all listed for us below. So I'd like to motion for the following 2020-21 school year dates for the Board of Director meetings. May I have a motion for that, please?
Cody will.
Okay, and may I have a second?
This is Adam. I'll second. Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Thank you. All right, so then we'll take a vote on that, a roll vote. So Judy?
Yes.
Cody?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Michelle?
Yes.
Adam?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Maggie?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
And that's Annie, yes, 9-0. Excellent. All right, and then so fall planning update. So John, I was noted in here to ask you. So do you have any updates on that or what the fall planning update is?
Well, as I kind of talked already about that a little bit in the discussion, we had a meeting today. A number of you were actually at the meeting. So now we're going to have to watch our meetings. We shouldn't be past the quorum, so we should be all right there. talked quite a bit about the, do we do asynchronous, asynchronous classes? What does that look like? Kind of came up to the conclusion that we'll leave that up to the teachers. Right now, the prevailing thought is that we would go to if we do a distance learning model, that we would be doing a block schedule where we'd do something like a maroon and a silver day. So we'd alternate every other day. 90-minute classes seem to be the prevailing thought, with the middle school probably starting out with 60 minutes and ramping up to 90. High school may start right away with 90 and just go from there on. Excuse me. Then within that, then we have the question of what do we do on Fridays? And we would alternate Fridays between either a maroon or a silver. So each class then would get in a 10-day cycle that they would get to meet 5 times during those 10 days. So that's kind of the prevailing thought as far as distance learning. If we get to that point, the other nice thing about that is it leads to some consistency when students would come back on campus, assuming that they do so. They would still have all of their classes intact, and they, grade book wise, you wouldn't have to worry about, okay, what happens if a class doesn't meet, and all of a sudden now we're in person and now we got to start figuring out how they meet. So they would add some consistency that way. There was some discussion about especially in the 6th grade, there are some classes that are semester long. They don't meet as often. So looking at instead of 1 meeting time per week for 90 minutes, breaking that down to 2 meetings, 45 minutes long, that does add some, the number of classes that a 6th grader would have. But that was, at this point, that was the prevailing thought that, that would be better for them to develop relationships with those teachers, especially in 6th grade, by seeing them more than just once per week. Coming up, there's 5 different groups that the people that were in attendance will be shared a spreadsheet document with those 5 different group areas, and I don't have that document pulled up right in front of me, so I can't tell you what those are, but they'll be signing up for those, and then the goal is to have some preliminary discussions, questions added to that spreadsheet so that some additional documents or data can be collected. When the group gets together again on July 9th, you're all welcome as long as we don't have a quorum. Then from there, kind of a development or a continuation of where do we go from here at that point will be determined. And I really look at things getting in the higher gear then, because by that time, most of the administrative staff will be done with their PTO time, and we'll be back on campus ready to rock it out. Fundamentally, there will be an administrator on each one of the teams. It's just a matter of who that is, and sometimes there'll be more than one. So that's kind of in a nutshell, a quick update.
All right, and sounds like we developed a timing on it also for a draft for July.
Yes,
So that's great. Yeah, good. That got hammered out also. Fantastic. Any other questions? All right, I don't think this is a motionable item. Am I right? You guys
Correct,
help me
that's
out
correct.
here. Very good. Okay, so future board of director meetings and workshop agendas. So what I was given, or we have here, it sounds like the board of director goals were discussed before I got on the board, and they were review contract language, finance training. These were areas of, help, concern, and or improvement as a goal, and comprehensive review of strategic plan. So does anyone else have anything else to add?
For the July meeting, there are policies that will need to be included. Do you want to know the specific policy numbers?
That would be great.
Yes. Okay. So for July, mandatory review is policy 414, policy 721, and policy 802.
Okay.
I also would like to include policy 535 and policy 713 as items for discussion. The July policies can probably just be consent agenda. They're just minor red line changes. But I would like to include as discussion 713 and 535. We do not currently have these policies. I'd like to start a discussion about adding them.
Okay. All right. Does this now, when you add these to like the goals, is that something I have to, I don't think I need to motion on that either, correct? Is that right? Okay. So dates and times of upcoming Board of Director workshops and meetings. The next Board of Director workshop is July 20th at 5 p.m. and regular scheduled July 20th at 6:15. So that was all there. So I would, after a long night, and thank you very much, and I'm really scared you guys helped me out. Thank you so much. I'd like to motion to adjourn. You guys were fabulous. At 9:11, do I have a motion on that at first?
I can second. This is Dan.
Oh, hi, Dan. Who was first?
Oh, I thought you, I'm sorry. I thought you motioned.
I did motion. I heard a second.
You did make the motion, Annie.
Oh, good. There you go. All right. Thank you. All right. And let's do a roll call vote and close out this and everyone can have their evening. How's that? All right. Judy.
Yes.
Cody.
Yes.
Dan.
Yes.
Michelle.
Yes.
Adam.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Maggie.
Yes.
Jennifer.
Yes.
And Annie says yes. And thank you for this opportunity. Guys, have a nice evening.
Thank you. Good night.